What's going on, Consciouztv? It is your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. I am here with my handy dandy and wonderful co-host, Reckless Logic, girl, and we decided to go live and to get into it and talk about it, girl. Miss Saucy Santana seems to be no shortage of controversy, baby. He giving me the baby tease, baby, the baby, yes, the baby tease. But we're gonna get all up into it, girl. Before we even get into the minutia, you guys already know what I need y'all to do, which is the thumbs up this video. Thumbing up helps with the YouTube algorithm, girl. It helps these YouTube CEO whores to recommend and to suggest and to give the channel full free promotion so that we can continue to grow the kingdom over here, okay? If you are also new here, go ahead and subscribe, because if I like it, you're going to absolutely love it here. Everybody need to make sure that their notification bell is set to all. And if you don't mind taking it just a step further, girl, share this stream out, child. I guess we will be dropping the link and letting some of y'all sound off. If you guys have any thoughts about the situation, girl, because Saucy Santana done went and opened up a nasty piece of pasta sauce, baby. It's just spilling out every damn where, girl. So I know Fox Soul sounded off, girl. Funky Not Even, Al Reynolds, girl, and Claudia Jordan and Jayla from BGC, girl. And it's just a lot of things going on. So we're going to talk about it, girl. So while y'all are thumbing up and sharing and subscribing, I'm going to go ahead and run this intro, and then we're going to get into the minutia of it, as my boy YB Entertainment would say. Oh,
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Let me speak to the Conscious Crew members in the house before we get started. What's going on, Queen Everlasting? What's going on, Kiwana? Hey, Crystal. What's going on, Jay Lisa? Hey, Lisa. What's going on, So Jeff? What's going on, Nameless? She Shall Remain. And what's going on, Nubiology 101? Hey, boo. Reckless. What's going on? How you feeling tonight, child?
I'm feeling good. Girl. I just been having a lot going on, but I feel good.
Girl, you feeling cunty. That's what you're feeling, girl. Cunty and stunty.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, you know there's going to be an interesting dialogue.
I know.
It's going to be very fascinating. I'm curious to know what the thoughts are around the situation. So Jeff says that Claudia is trash, but I'm curious about what non-transphobic and homophobic women have to say about this. That is going to be interesting. So Def, what's going on? King Buddha and Miss D and All Say, what's going on, love? So for those of you who don't know, Saucy Santana, who was just in the media last week for resurfaced tweets back in 2013, very anti-Black tweets, very what can be argued as misogynistic tweets about Blue Ivy and Culture, which is Cardi B's daughter, resurfaced, and Saucy Santana got dragged accordingly and appropriately, swiftly, and then professionally forward. Well, he's back in the media because during one of his Pride performances, he decided to speak to the crowd and let the world know that it's not girls who run the world, it is the gays who are the blueprint to the shit, okay? So we're going to get into all of that. We're also going to run some of Claudia Jordan's talking points, who sounded off really loud regarding Saucy Santana's comments, girl. And, you know, I don't really follow Claudia Jordan closely, but every time her name does come up, some of you guys definitely remind me that Claudia Jordan is homophobic and transphobic. I can't say that I've watched her enough to really have seen her be explicitly homophobic or transphobic. But I can also tell you this, based upon when I have tuned into Claudia Jordan, I get a sense that Claudia Jordan is uncomfortable about something. I'm not quite sure she knows what it is about the LGBT thing that she's uncomfortable with, but there's definitely like some subtle tension that's obviously there. As much as she tries to claim progressive and all-inclusive and yada, 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 there's something she's been deeply frustrated with and about, and I don't know what that is, because like I said, I don't follow her enough to get to her bottom line, but I can definitely sense some tension. Before we get into everything logic, what are your general thoughts on Claudia Jordan? Have you seen her as transphobic or homophobic, or do you feel she has any particular issues with the LGBT community based upon your observations?
Okay, so before I really love Claudia. I love Claudia. But I will say this is that I like Claudia on Fox Soul. I liked her on Real Housewives of Atlanta too, but I liked her on Fox Soul because initially when I first started getting into the show, I liked the fact that she was very articulate and she really did I guess really pull back on some issues. And I was like, oh, okay, she's really smart. And I really do appreciate when someone can be articulate, may not always have the answers to all situations or all things, but also can have the ability to listen and also humble themselves and be like, you know what, you know what, that makes sense. You know what, that actually makes sense. But however, as of lately, hey y'all, as of lately, the more she starts to come up, I'm not going to say everything she's saying is wrong all the time. It's just that in split moments that I always catch whenever she does seem to go on a tangent or she does start to express certain things, it's little bits and pieces that I kind of, catch, and I'd be like, and I start to feel like it's something more than what she's just addressing. Like you said, I feel like it's something more that she's not stating.
Well, maybe we'll be able to put our finger further on it by the time this dialogue is over. Amin says that Claudia didn't say anything wrong or disrespectful. Kate Bell says Saucy comes off as if he hates women. Miss Anuske says, I don't see where Claudia was out of line. Raquel says, I don't understand the competition. Ari says she's a part of that subset of women who feel they are above femme LGBT people and get insulted anytime a member of the community give Black women pushback on the superiority complex. I don't know, just my observation. Wow, Ari. Jennifer says Saucy feels threatened, ? Hey, Miss Coco. Miss Down South says Claudia is correct. Wong man can only be imitated, but we do love our counterparts. So Jeff says you can literally hear the venom in her voice when speaking on trans people. We'll be dropping the link, you guys. So let's get into some references here for those of you who have missed it. We're going to play Saucy Santana's words himself, and we're also going to run a bit of Claudia Jordan's sound off on the issue, okay? This article here is courtesy of hotnewhiphop.com, okay? And it is captioned, Saucy Santana explains why gays run the world, girls. Okay, Saucy Santana has quickly become one of the fastest growing artists in the hip hop industry. He's known for his upbeat songs about confidence and body positivity, as well as his hilarious personality that is displayed across his social media platforms. The Connecticut native is bold, fierce, and determined to make a name for himself as an esteemed rapper. Aside from his skills, Santana, whose real name is Justin Harris, is also a member and advocate for the LGBT plus community. He's always been vocal about his sexuality, and he doesn't care what others think about the way he chooses to live his life. During a recent performance done by the Material Girl rapper, he spoke highly of the people who share the same lifestyle as him. Matter of fact, happy Pride Month, you all. Quote, "Gays run the motherfucking world," the 28-year-old said into the mic. This caused the crowd to cheer, which led to him saying, quote, "When these hoes need their hair done, they call the gays. When these hoes need a stylist, they call the motherfucking gays. When them hoes need they motherfucking face done, they call the gays." The RCA Records recording artist continued his spiel by describing gays as the blueprint for many of people in society. He also gave himself props for being an LGBT plus musician. Quote, "A gay rapper that's really running shit out here. I've been holding it motherfucking down for all of us in this bitch. So don't hate, congratulate, bitch." Watch the entire clip below. Do you agree with Santana's remarks? Let us know in the comments. And this footage is courtesy of the Neighborhood Talk. Let me put up my fair use doctrine, girl, and let's hear what Saucy had to say straight out of his own dick sucker. Fair use.
Gays run the motherfucking world. When the hoes need their hair done, they call the gays. When the hoes need their stylist, they call the motherfucking gays. When the hoes need their motherfucking face done, they call the motherfucking gays. When your dog ass baby gay, when your ass out, you need to fight, you call the motherfucking gays. Cause we the motherfucking blueprints in this bitch. Anybody need a motherfucking gay rapper that's really running shit out here. And I think all the motherfuckers are for honest in this bitch. So I don't motherfucking hate, congratulate, bitch. And y'all see this motherfucking ass.
So you guys heard it there, and I also read it, girl. So, of course, this sent shockwaves across the media's girl. Jayla from BGC told Santana's, what she called him, a wide back, no neck ass motherfucker to sit the fuck down, okay? That the gays are not the blueprint, girl, okay? And Claudia Jordan also had some choice commentary for the saucy one himself. Let me go ahead and read this YouTube disclaimer before we run some of Fox Soul's commentary, girl. Material, girl. Where's this YouTube disclaimer at, chill? Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing, okay? So let's roll on over, bruh, to Miss Fox Soul, okay? And let's hear what Claudia Jordan and Funky Dineva had to say about the issue.
As a Black woman here that works with two gay men in the community, I'm gonna say this: I'll be damned. I'm gonna let anyone say that I get my femininity from a gay man. I am not getting my cues on how to be a woman from a man with a beard and lipstick and lashes. We know how to be feminine without y'all. We know how to deal with our baby daddies without y'all. We know how to do fashion without y'all. But we love y'all and y'all have great opinions and we like your feedback. I feel like it's a slap in the face because when these toxic Black men be coming for y'all, who is the one that's always with y'all? Us. So here you get on stage when you finally having your moment and you sit there and basically shit on us and say, you're our blueprint? No, my dog, my nigga, we your blueprint.
Mm-hmm.
You can say you remixed it.
Baby. Claudia Jordan been holding this one in, girl.
You are not a better woman than a woman. You're not. Santana, and that goes for everybody else that's doing it, okay? We don't need you. We want y'all. We love y'all. We provide a space for y'all that y'all can't get with them toxic Black men out there. So it was a slap in the face to hear this. I have fantastic makeup artists and glam that are women. Actually, they didn't do me today, obviously, but my best glam has been from Black women. And I'm making it a point in my productions to make sure Black women are getting hired and Black gay men. But I feel like they're getting pushed out of a space that they started. And we got to be careful about that, pitting the gay Black men against Black women, because we're all we got, y'all. We rock for y'all, and you're supposed to rock for us. So Saucy, you wrong for this. You having a badass week. You came for Blue Ivy a long time ago. We get it. We've all said dumb shit in the past. But say sorry. And then on the heels of that, like Al said, you have this.
Oh, baby, I can guarantee you that y'all ain't getting no motherfucking sorry for no damn Saucy. He'll be canceled before he give y'all a sorry girl about it.
F out of here with that. Because you walking around half in, half out with your look, I don't see any of my friends copying that. If I get a beard or a mustache, that's coming off immediately. So don't tell me how to be a woman. You can't. But I also won't discount the value that gay men bring to glam, because y'all are damn good at it. Because you had to be. You had to be to get in those spaces where Black women were killing it. So, I don't think we should be shitting on each other. I don't think we should be having an us versus them. I think that's where the problem is. Like, it felt like it was at Pride, I get you wanted to hype your crowd up, but I think he, like Al said, I think he just worded it wrong, because I get what he's trying to say. But
you might be the owner, but
Odds on graph, I also gotta pay bills. All right, we back.
Right, it wasn't hitting. It wasn't giving. I'm gonna take something from the gay community. It wasn't giving what's supposed to be gave. My opinion. All right, y'all. I didn't get in your booty that bad, did I?
no.
Now, Funky Diva's follow-up is going to be very interesting, and he about to highlight something that brings the tension between gay Black men and gay Black women to its head, and it's an uncomfortable truth.
No, I mean, the truth is the truth. It's just weird. I just hate it because it feels like it's a fight for space. Yes. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like, is there not enough space for all of us to have space? Because, in recent years, there has been this flare up between the Black woman and the Black gay man. And I feel like in the 90s, it kind of wasn't like that. You know what I'm saying? I feel like in the 90s, it was just kumbaya between the two groups, but now it's just...
It was probably only kumbaya because gays were politely in the shadows, making dominant society super comfortable with being the dominant society.
Women are feeling pushed out as gays gain empowerment. Mm-hmm. Gays are feeling away, as women become more vocal about protect Black women. And we just need to find our medium as Black people, period. I think if we can start there, mm-hmm. we'd be good.
I think it's about a respect thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, how dare you when we have your back constantly? We have toxic Black men, gay, straight men's back, and the gay community's back, and then we get shit on by both sides.
But I'm also,
and this is a much needed conversation. This is a much needed conversation. It would be really great to see prominent LGBT men, women, and trans come together and have a conversation with really prominent Black cis hetero women, because I think that there is sometimes an underbelly of tension that needs to just be wrinkled out, because we just haven't had the conversation, even though the elephant still appears in the room. Not as big as some other elephants, but it's an elephant that's nonetheless. And there is some internalized homophobia in the woman's community that needs to be addressed, needs to be accounted for. It hasn't been a perfect symbiotic relationship between Black gay men and Black women, but it's definitely been a lot healthier than what we can say for our cis hetero male counterparts, for damn sure. And I don't think that I think that largely Black women are non-homophobic, but there's definitely a segment within the Black women's community that internalizes anti-queerness, that internalizes patriarchy as women. And I can also say those homophobic women and transphobic Black women, they don't just make it difficult for the LGBT community, they make it difficult for other cisgender heterosexual women as well. I mean, I think other straight women call these women mammies. So even other straight Black women don't really like this little subset of women within the women's community. But I would love to see a discussion, a really serious, curated community discussion between Black gay men and Black women, especially in a time like this where we definitely are all we got because these niggas ain't shit. So, and everything that's happening for the betterment of the community is still largely being led, funded, and fought for by the Black LGBT community and by Black women. We're holding down all of the grassroots movements. We're holding down all of the civil rights. We're still the baseline and the foundation. So it would be in Black gay men and Black cis hetero women's best interest to stay united, for sure. Which is why I think the conversation would be healthy and necessary to happen, to keep things copacetic. But I definitely have to agree with Q that there's a conversation that needs to be had. But let's continue to listen.
I'm gonna give you a little pushback on that, Claudia, because if you were to get a group of Black gays to sit down and have kitchen talk, y'all ain't as supportive as you give. All right, Black women.
I beg to differ.
Black women, when it comes to gay boys, can be just as bad and if not worse sometimes as heterosexual. Y'all laugh in our face and kiki when we doing your hair and makeup, and the minute you get mad with us, the first thing we call is every faggot and sissy in the book.
I've never done that in my life.
You may not have, you know what I'm saying? But it's a very real thing. It is a very real thing with Black women and gays. Yeah, we fun to go shopping with. We're fun to be your accessory. But the minute y'all get mad with us, the first thing you attack is our sexuality.
Okay.
Well, we're going to pause it right there, girl. Reckless.
Yes.
Talk about it, child. Thoughts?
I think that it's a very needed conversation. Well, I just might spark things up this conversation, but I think it's a well-needed conversation. One of the things that's when it comes down to it, no one owns femininity and no one owns masculinity. That's one. Nobody owns it. Gay men don't own it. Women don't own it. Men don't own it. No one owns these energies. We all possess them. And so a lot of times too, when I do provide pushback, when a lot of times when women at times say, now it's not all women, to make that out there, because girl, because I don't want my words misconstrued. But I do give a lot of pushback when women say things like, when it comes to the blueprint and all the different types of things and femininity. But my question is, because we also understand how toxic patriarchy works, what is your femininity based off of? Is 9 times out of 10 is based off what a man wants and needs and how men look at women. You must be docile. You must be submissive. You must have a womb to carry my child. And so a lot of times I do provide a lot of pushback just to kind of get the conversation going. But let's get this link going, because I know they're going to come up here and sound off, and I'm here for it.
We'll give the link after we funnel through.
Okay.
Lay the foundation first for this.
Just said, you said, Philip Truckers love a good pushback.
Let's play a little bit more of this commentary.
The point that you're making there is it's not mad with us, just us. It's when they get mad at other straight black men. When they want to demoralize black men, the first thing that a black woman pulls out is that he's gay if he doesn't affectionate enough or want to have sex with her. So it that does happen, Claudia. You got to admit to that.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I'm saying if you want to go by the demographics of who has your back the most, it's going to be us. And I'm going to say this, and let's not act like it's a one-way street, because I've been called the worst names, bitch, fish, all kinds of things from folks that I've had their backs the most. And I think there's a disrespect, and I'll be, to be fair, I think there's a disrespect that we got to work on. We definitely do, because I think we should have each other's back the most. I think we can relate on a lot of levels of what's happening as far as the toxicity coming at both of us. Don't you think?
Let's finish.
Maybe we can finish this when we come back from
let's take a break. They going
on. I agree with Black Cover Boy in his comment. Let me try to find his comment from earlier where he basically said, okay, Black Cover Boy says, I think they took Saucy Santana too damn literally. He was at a pride event, which we should keep in context. And that was his attempt at uplifting queer people who are a minority within a minority, within a minority, within a minority, especially being Black, a minority within a minority, within a minority. And so I do believe that the essence and the context of Saucy Santana is he wasn't talking to women. He wasn't talking to the world. He was talking to his own community and attempting to put some self-esteem and some liberation in them. Now, he kind of had to do that a little bit at the expense of women, some can argue. However, I have to disagree with the word blueprint, and maybe it's a game of semantics, okay? I don't think that Saucy Santana is someone who thinks that deeply and chooses his words carefully, which is why his ass is always ending up canceled every other goddamn 24-hour period. But as Reckless said, and I just had this discussion on my platform when it came to the conversation around the trans community and detransitioners, and we got into an epic discussion about history and the way that two-spirited and same-gender loving people and intersex people and non-gender conforming people are celebrated and revered all around the world and in various cultures outside of the American culture. And like Reckless said, nobody has the D in the titles to femininity or masculinity. There are natural born women who exude femininity naturally, but there are also two-spirited men who exude femininity naturally. So naturally that even when they're 2-3 years old and exuding and personifying that femininity, they're classified and labeled and predicted and expected to be gay when they get older. Y'all see those little boys running around, twirling, playing, being hyper feminine and whispering over to your good girlfriend or to your grandma or to your homeboy saying that nigga gonna be gay when he grow up. So to Reckless's point, when at least when I'm talking about femininity, or we're talking about femininity and masculinity on this platform, we're not talking about it in a material way. When we really get into discussions around the divine feminine, the divine masculine, we're talking about states of consciousness that all people have access to, both men and women. These things are not synonymous to sex. This is why you can have naturally effeminate men and you can have naturally masculine women. Y'all call them tomboys. They're masculine from the time they come out of the womb. They don't want anything to do with Bo Rex and the color pink and Barbie dolls. They want to be in their shorts. They want to be outside getting dirty. They want to climb the trees. They want to work on cars. They're very manual. They don't mind sweat. They don't care much for looking groomed, etc. Because, once again, to Reckless's point, no particular sex has the D's and the titles to it. Now, we do live in a world where we have socialized the living shit out of the sexes. So it appears at first glance that women are inherently feminine, which they are not, and men are inherently masculine, which they are not. This is why we have to socialize people for them to even be this way. Men would not naturally be the breadwinners and not go out there and kill lions, tigers, and bears if they weren't trained and manufactured to. We call them gender roles for a reason. They're really superficial socializations at heart. So when it comes to Saucy Santana comments about gays being the blueprint, I would have to say in the West, that statement is not per se true. Women in the West are the blueprint. What our people have done, my two-spirited tribe of people, my LGBT folk have done is we've, to Claudia's point, we've remixed it. That's where our claim can be. We pressed the gas on it and took it to the next level. We upgraded it. And there is lots of historical room for gays to get in, or for queer people in general to get in on these discussions around ownership and social influence, because our history is all over fashion. These same misogynistic, homophobic ass niggas will say the F word, will be homophobic as hell, while spending all of their checks on clothing lines and aesthetics inspired by queer designers. Little Kim's whole glam squad, damn near every designer she ever referenced for keeping her in high fashion, couture, etc. Heavily, these are areas of fashion and glam and makeup that are heavily dominated by the LGBT community. So we definitely have came in and added the salt and added the pepper and added the accent and sprinkled some cheese on that macaroni and made it super oopa delicious. Now that's probably what Saucy Santana should have said, but once again, he wasn't talking to a straight audience. He was at a gay pride event talking to queer people and just putting the battery in their back, making them feel real good. But a better articulation would be, we upgrade to the shit. We compliment the world. And it ain't just fashion. It ain't just entertainment. It's the church, the fucking choirs. The aesthetics of the goddamn church would be nowhere without queer people's contribution. Even Kurt Franklin had to sound off on that shit. The black church wouldn't be shit without its queer musicians who are responsible for a lot of the songs that we sing and shout down to. A lot of our ministers of music are LGBT folk, queer folk, ushering in the presence of God through music and frequency and vibration. Oh yeah, civil rights. LGBT folk, trans women, trans men, same gender loving women and men are pervasive in civil rights. Baby, we got to do our motherfucking history. So our contributions are there. And I agree with Q that I feel like this is a fight for power. Because sometimes what happens when you get minority people is sometimes we start elbowing each other because the space is so tight and everybody is fighting to be seen. Everybody is fighting to be recognized. Everybody is fighting to be honored. Everybody is fighting to be credited appropriately. And because that's not happening largely and at the level that it should, sometimes minorities end up projecting and directing their frustrations are inadvertently and accidentally, unbeknownst to them, end up elbowing the other in a fight for representation, visibility, and ultimately respect. But reckless.
There we go. I'm ready for the mess. I'm ready for you to
Are you done with your initial? Because it's not a guarantee that anybody's even going to hit the link. Are you like?
Yeah.
Are you done? Like?
Yeah, I think I'm done. I'm pretty sure Chelsea gonna hit the link. But yeah.
Cause ain't nobody coming up here to fight. I'm not in the mood.
Yeah. Well, no, we ain't fighting. They ain't happening. But I would like to hear people sound off and stuff. Because I just feel like I think that's what a miss. Now I will say this because I don't think I vocalized it. But however, like Conscious said, I think when it came down to the semantics of the blueprint and all these different things, the reason why I said earlier is that no one really owns femininity or masculinity, and even the way that we even showcase it. Because once again, if you go through some of Conscious's lives, where we talked about how homosexuality, queer people, etc., it just in Africa in general, before colonization, there are a lot of people that express themselves in a masculine or feminine way, but however, it never really determined their sexuality or sex or sexual organs. So yes, in the Western Hemisphere, yes, we condition women to be this femininity, and since femininity in the West is a binary thing, as in women must showcase this. But however, I'm just speaking from the beginning, like it doesn't. No one owns it. Not gay men, not women. Nobody owns it. We all possess it, but no one owns it.
And let's talk about that influence. Jay Janessa says that the girls are contouring their faces like drag queens and would still deny it. Do you guys know that a lot of the modern and current makeup trends, the contouring, the bone structure, that is largely influenced by the drag queen and trans culture who brought in the facial feminization phenomenon. So now you actually have biological women playing up their own features, can even be said to be exaggerating their own features based upon those trends that trans women and drag queens brought into the forefront. And those women also being dragged by other cisgendered women themselves, who are calling those natural born women drag queens and criticizing them for exaggerating their beauty, exaggerating their femininity, etc. But that exaggeration, that extra on extra, yeah, all those areas are heavy influences brought into play by trans women in the drag queen underground culture. Welcome to the platform, Ruled by Venus and Chelsea. Ruled by Venus, what are your thoughts, love?
Hey, hi everyone. Okay, yes, I'm a licensed esthetician, so I'm a professionally trained makeup artist. You are absolutely correct. They taught us that in school. A lot of things, like even the cut crease that recently became very popular, those are all things derived from. I didn't know this honestly until I got into school. So a lot of us are doing things because we're following trends and may not necessarily even know where they come from. But I wanted to speak about the comment that gays are the blueprint, right? Because I know you guys are saying that he was just trying to maybe hype up the crowd or whatever, but that is a statement that I've heard a lot from gay men and or trans or whatever. And in my real life, I don't know any trans people, or I'm not friends with any gay people, so I can't speak too much about, but I've heard that rhetoric a lot online, and it kind of frustrates me because it's like it is offensive to women. No man or gay man, no straight man, no trans, nobody's teaching me how to be what I naturally am. Like it just offends me to hear that. I don't understand that. And then it's like, okay, before before gays felt open enough to fully express themselves, what were women doing? Just nothing. So it's kind of like you're taking credit for something like you did not. That's not the blueprint. Like, and my other thought was, I don't. In terms of fighting, I could just speak for myself, and this is honest to God. I don't spend any time of my day like thinking about my position in comparison to anybody in the LGBTQ. Like that, I just feel like we exist in different places. So it just feels kind of, it gives me like Kevin Samuels vibes almost, in a way of like everyone wants to attack women right now for some reason, when we're just minding our business. Like I don't sit around talking about spaces I belong in. I just exist. And I feel like we kind of just get dragged into conversations we want nothing to do with.
You
And so
know,
those are my thoughts on that.
it happens on both sides. Like even myself, like there are cis women who feel completely threatened by something that they think I'm doing that I'm not doing, because I get comments like, you're not a woman, you're not a woman, you're not a woman. Why do you have weave in your head? Boo boo. You don't have to be in a title to long hair. Whether it's weave or my own, I can grow long hair. Just because in this culture, women are associated with lengthier hair and men are socialized to have shorter hair, doesn't mean that I'm trying to be a woman. Clearly, if I wanted to emulate and personify a woman, I would not be walking around with a 30-inch weave and a fucking beard and an Omarion hairline. Clearly, if I was trying to be a woman, I would not dress in male aesthetics. I could get a gender reassignment surgery. I could get a boob job. In what way am I so-called trying to be a woman when you clearly can see that I am a man? Maybe a very pretty one, but a man nonetheless. So it happens on both sides, where you have women, to Reckless's point, taking ownership for something that is not inherently theirs either. And then you have people like Saucy Santana who are also trying to take ownership for something that they also do not own either as well. And I know that it's because everybody, to fucking Aniva's point, is simply fighting for space. And so everybody is trying to raise up their social equity by highlighting what they feel they've contributed, what they feel they've brought to the table in order to be seen, in order to be respected. But obviously that's creating more tension than not. And somebody said in the comment section that there used to be enough space for all of us. The truth is, no, there wasn't. The dominant society was able to live happily and peachy without queer people getting in their way. And the dominant society simply enjoyed that quietness. They simply enjoyed all the space they took up. Now, they're being shoved out of the way because society does not belong in and of itself to the dominant class. Minority people are here too. They may not make up the majority, but they are just as much a part of society, and they shouldn't be shuffled to the back of the bus just because it's more of everyone else than it is of them. But this is the way that we have conducted and created society. We decided that whoever made up the majority was deemed as the normal, and those people then controlled the space, and everybody else was othered and dealt with the leftovers. And now dominant society is being inconvenienced because those people who were made last are now being made first, even if it's by self-assertion. But I understand.
But can I ask you one question? Because this is kind of what I mean. if you notice, these conversations are always started by the LGBTQ. Like, women are not just naturally running around, from what I can see, being upset about someone in the LGBTQ about any damn thing. Like, we don't care. Like, I don't think about
That's not
my
true.
job being
No.
taken, or like, I don't
Can
know.
somebody mute themselves?
Hold on. It's some feedback. Letter D, I think you got some feedback on your phone, boo. So to your point of Ruled by Venus, and I saw that you was about to jump in here, reckless, and I want you to. That statement, unfortunately, is not completely true. Women have internalized homophobia sometimes just as much as men have. Reckless's upbringing, my upbringing, and if there's other gay men in this chat, please come up, because this will be the opportunity now to jump in and to really speak your experience. Do not sit in this chat and utilize your text. I need you to push a little further and hit the fucking link and use your voice and testify to the truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is, every gay boy, including myself, that I know growing up, our experiences weren't largely just based on cis hetero male oppression. Women equally oppressed us too, whether that be our mothers, whether that be our grandmothers, whether that be our female classmates, the F word and harassment and gay bullying and anti-queer sentiments were hurled and demonstrated and personified by women as well. The only difference I can say for my experience of female homophobia versus male homophobia is that men were willing to be violent physically with their homophobia, while women were mentally, intellectually, and emotionally violent with their homophobia. But it was homophobia nonetheless. And I'm not doing no motherfucking projecting, Miss Smith, because you can't tell me what the fuck my experience is. You ain't walked 37 motherfucking years in my motherfucking shoes. You can't tell me who the fuck was behind the locker, who was under the motherfucking bed, and where the fuck it came from, to the east, west, north, or south. What the fuck you're doing is projecting. You don't have a creative right to any of our experience. And if you simply don't want to believe queer people, you don't fucking have to. But this ain't gonna keep queer people from testifying and telling the fucking truth to you, whether you like it or not. Because it's not an indictment against the entirety of the Black women's community, but Black women are now also going to largely sit up here and act like they are not homophobic. I am someone, probably one of the only content creators on this platform, who has panel after panel and have town hall meetings weekly, daily, and monthly. And anti-queer sentiments have been uttered and spoken and articulated for months and months and months on end. We just had a conversation just 2 months ago where I asked the Black women in the YouTube space, would they date a bisexual Black man? And guess what? Nearly all of them said the fuck no. Because they have internalized patriarchy and homophobia just like a lot of these toxic ass niggas have. And we can run the beautiful being footage. Because like LeVar Burton, baby, you ain't got to take my motherfucking word for it. You can run the beautiful being footage. If I got to compile a compilation and a mix CD and edit it all together and let you argue it out, I can surely do that. So if we're going to talk about it, we need to talk about it. And like fucking Aniva said, it may not have been you pushing a gay boy down the stairs. It may not have been you who punched a gay nigga upside the head. It may not have been you who made the life of a gay boy a living hell. But it was some of your other cis hetero peers who did so. Chelsea, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts, love. Chelsea, are you there? Can you hear me?
Hello?
No, can you hear me, Chelsea?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome to the platform, Dwalin.
Hey, Chelsea.
Hi. Okay. Wait, Reckless, let's give kisses right before we throw
Yeah, I
down. Give
know.
kiss.
Team late stuff.
Okay, so I just also want to put out this disclaimer. I have worked personally, for those who don't know, I worked with the LGBT trans care community in a hospital setting, worked with the Kiki Balls and everything. So when I'm giving my opinion, is also just like conscious and reckless. It's based off of my interaction and my experiences. However, I do have a very strong stance on this. Just want to throw that out there. And I wrote notes this time. So I just want to take in point something that Funky Dinevia. Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to I was writing notes as Funky Dineva and the clip was playing, and one thing that Funky Dineva said is that that when Black women get upset with their gay best friend or cousin or brother, the first thing they do is attack the sexuality. And he is not lying. However, on the other coin, and I have done videos on this, I have been very vocal about this, when gay men get upset with their Black heterosexual, not even heterosexual, just a cisgender woman, especially a cisgender Black woman, the first thing gay men bash is based on gender. We're all types of bees and hoes and things like that. So when he says that Black women bash the sexuality, it is a human nature to go for the first thing, the first jugular you can get when you're getting into an argument with people, especially when it comes to something that people in society still look at as taboo. He is right that Black women do bash gay men's sexuality in an argument or whatever. I personally don't use the F word. It's just, it doesn't sound sexy to me. But that has been something that I have also taken part in. And most likely 10 times out of 10, if I'm arguing with another gay man, he does start bashing me based on me being a woman, based on me being Black. But I also want to say that Black women, just in general, just so we don't have to fall under the category of being homophobic, is when Black women argue with Black women, what is the first thing they talk about? They either talk about the colorism, whether it's light versus dark or dark versus light, whether it's the girl's sexual history. I mean, Conscious, we was on here, a couple weeks ago talking about somebody else, and I had a difference of opinion, and one of the girls on the panel started bringing up the niggas I was fucking with. And that's what women do. We go for, whether it's sexuality or whether it's looks, everybody goes for an argument. It goes for whatever is the lowest blow in an argument. So that's one of my first points. The second point is when MSM, and for people who don't know who what MSM is just men who have sex with men. Not everybody wants to be labeled as gay, whatever the case may be. When you say things, and kind of to Venus's point, when you use the word like blueprint, that is very disrespectful and it is hurtful. And I know Conscious was talking, I mean, not Conscious, Reckless was saying something about gender roles is taught or whatever the case may be. Me personally, I believe gender roles come from nature. 100,000 of years ago, when women were giving birth to men, women, case may be, no one had to teach a man, okay, you got to go hunt, you got to go provide while she takes care of the children or whatever the case may be. So gender roles is not something that you see on Instagram or television. It's in our DNA. Of course, now society is amplified. However, I personally don't believe that gender roles are taught. I think that it comes from nature inside of your estrogen and testosterone levels and things like that. Another point I wanted to make is that I personally feel like MSM and colorism, like I just feel like there's too many similarities of homosexual men wanting acceptance. And I can't believe, like, Venus hit it right on the head. As a Black woman, I just exist. I know that people hate me because I'm Black. I know there are people that hate me because I'm a woman. I know there are people that hate me because of my body type or whatever the case may be. People judge people by just looking at them. And I feel like like she said, it's always gay men that start this conversation because they're craving some type of acceptance from the quote unquote society, or from trying to heal that childhood trauma of being bullied or being ashamed of their
Hold on.
sexuality
Chelsea,
that they
Chelsea,
what what's that?
interjection. Before Saucy Santana made his statements, who had brought up this conversation?
I
'Cause
feel
you
as though
saying that gay men always.
Nikita Dragon, when she brought up
Mhm.
when I say gay men, I really should be more generalizing when I say people in the LGBT community. Like my most notable example I can give is Nikita Dragon, when last year she came out with a song saying that, you know, all women, it's a rhetoric that we women, of course, you know, we're more sensitive to it, so we listen to it harder. However, it has been a rhetoric that has been going on for years in the LGBT community, that women, especially Black women, are either jealous or emulating people
Yeah.
in the LGBT community. And it's hurtful because, like Claudia Jordan said, out of the entire world, the Black women, whether it was every Black woman in your life or only 80% of us, are your only allies for it, for all types
Yeah.
of situation. And you're right, there are Black women who are homophobic, but for the most part, when you have a consistent rhetoric of people coming from the same community, where when they want to feel empowered, when they want to feel strong, they have to put another category down.
Are you there, Chelsea?
Yes, I'm here. Did you hear my last
Okay.
point?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I want to give a little bit of an interjection. I'm gonna clarify my statement. Now, the reason why I said no one owns masculinity and femininity, what I was referring to, I'm gonna make myself clear because maybe I didn't make it clear enough, is that I wasn't referring to the actual gender roles of what you need to do. What I was referring to is gender expression, how you express those energies. No one owns those things. No one. Everybody holds masculine energy, everybody holds feminine energy. And like I said, if we get out the Western Hemisphere, we go back to Africa, where most of our Black asses were. There were literally men that were, because keep in mind too, gender is a societal thing. Society determines what is considered masculine when it comes down to dressing, what's considered feminine when it comes down to the way that we express ourselves. That's something that's, even though we have people that may disagree with it, that's something that is agreed upon. And so, with that being said, there were women that dressed masculine, and there were men that dressed feminine. But however, and also we have androgynous individuals, but sexuality was never in question, never came up, nor was the actual sexes. So that's what I meant when I said that no one owns it at all. And then on top of that, I'm gonna say the people that I've come across, but I'm gonna ask this question later. And I don't want no one to take offense to it. Please don't. How would you describe femininity in your own words? But we're gonna let the conversation continue. Mm-hmm.
You want me to save it, Conscious? I mean, you want me to save it, Reckless? I'll
If
save
you
it.
feel
I'll put it
you
in my
feel the
pocket.
Holy
Whenever you.
Ghost, I said, if you feeling the Holy Ghost.
And maybe, and I think also I have to be very open that some people are taking Saucy Santana's comments as just hair and makeup and outfits and fashion. Me personally, as a cisgender woman, maybe I am being overtly emotional, or maybe overtly, I don't know what the word I'm looking for. I took it personally. Not like, oh, Saucy Santana is coming for me, but as for a Black woman in my community to say, oh, they kiki in our faces, but they want us to do their hair and makeup. Like, I just felt like, I felt like Nene. Now, how the fuck I get dragged into it? You know what I mean? Like how are you trying to, at a pride event, we supposed to be You want everybody to be inclusive, but the comment was exclusive, because who else are you talking about but Black women? And so, yeah, he said something that technically probably was just at the surface of cosmetics and things like that. However, there's an underbelly of that's what Conscious is talking about, where I personally don't believe is homophobia, but there is a battle between them, between Black women and in MSM, where for whatever reason, and I don't want nobody to get offended, where Reckless is always talking about the patriarchy, but a lot of things that we don't talk about when it comes to the LGBT community, especially with trans women, is that sometimes, no matter where your femininity lies, when you get good and ready, the misogyny jumps out.
We
Hold
did
on.
talk about that.
From who?
Hold on, you guys, because there's a lot of other people. I can't allow y'all to just have your own individual conversation. We got to get to some other people on the panel. What I will say, if I go on to some other folk, write down on your notes.
Okay, I'll put that in a pocket. We'll save it for the end.
What I will say to what Chelsea said about this whole, it's always people within the LGBT community who are getting this discussion started. What I need the dominant society to do is remember that nobody has had more of the conversation and control more of the narrative and reinforce that narrative than the dominant society itself. Queer people lived in this country up until 20 years ago in a world where the dominant class utilized all of the scriptures and all of the religious interpretations and even created laws and legislations inspired by those anti-queer scriptures, and controlled queer people's psychology, queer people's sense of self, queer people's experience of God. And so I just need the dominant society to take accountability and responsibility for how much they have taken up space and controlled queer people's narrative, whether it's through the weaponization of religion or the weaponization of the government, but nonetheless, controlled and reinforced what they believed and perceived to be the case. And queer people endure this lifetime after lifetime after lifetime after lifetime. So whatever conversations are coming up amongst queer people as it relates to their cis hetero counterparts, it's fair game. It's fair game because a lot was stripped and taken from and raped, especially from Black LGBT folk who were taking their lives while y'all was shucking and jiving, getting sweaty in the bedroom. Were taking their lives, living double lives, while y'all was shucking and jiving to the beat of y'all normalcy. Was out here prostituting trans women forced into sex work because dominant society wasn't welcoming and virtuous enough to hire people simply because they were people, but actually decided that they would afford the resources to those who assimilated to what they thought were their respectability politics. Yeah, how unfair has it been to be Black and queer in this country and have your entire life morphed and controlled by the narrative of the dominant society? I'm not shocked that there is a fight for space. There's a fight for respect. There's a fight for et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because the shit been bad, rough. Folk out here losing their lives and their minds, fucking up the one life they have based upon ideas and philosophies shot off by dominant society. But nonetheless, let me get to let me get to the gay men on here super quick because I did call y'all to the stand. Kev and Rock. Welcome to the platform.
You said Ryan the Troops. A bitch came up. Hey, Conscious.
Hey, boo. Thoughts. I know I had called y'all particularly to the carpet on this conversation around female homophobia, and to Q's point and to Al Reynolds' point, how much that is a real thing too.
I mean, personal experience. I would lie and say, oh, it was women that got me feeling like, my sexuality was an issue, because it wasn't. It was majority heterosexual black men. Did I have experiences with women, with black women giving me like homophobia treatment? No, but I mean, let's start with Claudia's point first. Claudia, I don't trust anything Claudia's a colorist. I don't trust that whole for none of the shit she say. But I will agree with her though. Santana's remarks, especially during Pride Month, even after he was feeling himself because he's on stage and shit. I mean, he's been doing a lot of controversial shit this damn month. So it's like Santana, chill the hell out. But to say that, okay, the gays run the world, which again, I love being a gay black man, but we don't. We really don't. We got a lot of influence and shit, but we don't run the world. That's a false statement. I agree with Chelsea. Black women is the reason why we have a lot of the toast we do. Even though we took it, ran with it, made it ours, do the goddamn thing. We out here girling all type of shit around the motherfucking world. I love it to death with our lingo. But again, I do feel like behind it, I do agree with Santana with one point. I think y'all said it too. I do feel like sometimes if I go at it with a cisgender woman and we besties and stuff, that my sexuality does get used against me first before anything else. But I think another thing is the fact that, and I've heard it from women and not just black women. I'm talking about, because I'm around a lot of Latin culture, so a lot of Latin men, Latin women. A lot of them will tell me all the time, I want a gay best friend, or I want a gay best friend, but it's like, what's the instead of a gay best friend that you can have from a hetero man? Or can we both like dick? Like that doesn't, that after we get past part we both like dick, what do we also have in common? So I just feel like, the homophobia and women in general be getting me, but I personally never felt the need to be like, oh, women is all homophobic as hell. I never had experience like that besides 2 times. That was a damn jit. So that as an adult, no, as a kid, yes. But I'm grown. So I'm not gonna hold every damn body.
Y'all trying to play nice, so let me deepen this situation when it comes to women and their homophobia. Okay, let me tell you the type of twilight, because see, girl, y'all gonna make me be honest, and I ain't.
I'm scared for you to go into. I'm trying to be good.
That honesty is what's gonna set shit off. Cause see, y'all gonna make me be honest. And
do it. Hell no.
Well, hell no.
I'm here for the honesty. I'm here for the honesty.
I need to talk, but I need a little bit more about it. So, who was trying to talk just now?
I was. It's Kevin.
Who?
It's Kevin. Can you hear me? It's Kevin. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. We hear you.
Okay, I got you. I just want to give my testimonial. Because my experience is a little bit different, because I would say the majority of my life, most people didn't know my sexuality. I was out to my family, but I wasn't out to the world. So my experience with women is a little bit different. I see I've experienced it in women being attracted to me and me deflecting them without actually telling them that I'm gay, and them ultimately figuring it out. I got an example. I was at work, and this woman, I never really paid that much attention to her, but I guess she was looking at me and she was liking me, and she would pass by and I never paid her no attention, and she walked by with another chick. Mind you, I was closeted and scared for anybody to know. But she came by, she passed by me, and she went to the end of the aisle and told her, see, I told you he won't look at me. He gotta be gay. He gotta be gay. Women, before I came out, in situations where I was friends with them, I would be friends and we would joke around, and you know how we can go back and forth with each other. The minute a woman had a bad day, I was 50,000 fags, because that's what the undercurrent was. They felt like that was what was going on with me anyway. And in that situation, I've had many a battles with women because they triggered me by calling me a fag. Once I came out, that stopped, but the situation hit closer to home because my family wasn't happy with it. And the only people that have called me fags since then, women in my family.
Kevin, it's the F word. We don't
say
that.
I'm sorry. I apologize. But the F word has been used to me more by women than by men. Men don't generally use it with me. So I can tell you, and even with, and I don't want to take away from women that have been in my life that have been extremely accepting and extremely loving, and I don't see them in that way, but you still have to liken it to white people because there's an element of racism to an extent within everybody. If you're not comfortable with it, there's going to be something that's going to be off about it, and we just simply accept it, just like we do being black. But for women to say that they are not homophobic on multiple levels, that's just totally not true. It's based on my experience. As far as Saucy Santana is concerned, I believe that what he said was taken out of context. Or I don't believe that he even knew what he was saying completely, but I don't believe he meant what he was saying. The interesting thing that I see, though, is how many people just outright agree with it. And I believe that if there's masculinity and femininity in everyone, then what he said can't be true.
I think that those are great talking points, Kevin P. And I appreciate that. I wanted to add before I let Rock and Midnight and Rock jump in here. This is a part of the honesty. The real reason why gay black men have to really big up the black women's community in terms of allyship is just because of how horrible black men have been in their allyship. So we've almost had to over compliment the allyship to the point that it created this false sense of perfection that existed within the allyship that black women offered. This allyship has not been perfect by any means. It was just better and more functional than what black men were not offering at all to black LGBT people. And to get more particular about that is because, see, I have gay family members. Always had gay friends my whole life. I grew up around everybody. Grew up under everybody. All my gay friends grew up under everybody as well. And something that used to happen is while you had a good Judy back in the day, who was cool with you, you was her good Judy, her good girlfriend, etc. Boom, boom, pow, pow. You know, you allowed to come to her house. Y'all go out, have drinks. You the best friend. You know, you like a brother. You like a supplemental boyfriend to her. But that same good Judy would take her motherfucking ass to church on Sunday and round of applause the pastor when he got to talking and preaching that hell and brimstone shit about gay men and gay women. It was this type of dualism that was frustrating largely for a lot of gay men who did on one end have a certain type of acceptance, a partial acceptance from women, but women, black women also a lot of times had 1 foot in the acceptance and 1 foot out of the acceptance. They didn't mind you as a good Judy, but they don't want their own son to be gay, but had the nerve to affirm your queerness. They'll smile and kiki in your face and have you as a pocketbook and tote you around while at the church house singing down and preaching down and waving their church fan and hallelujah, amen, and while the pastor is condemning your gay ass to hell. This was the type of backhanded allyship that a lot of queer people had to put up with from women's community. Now, that's a part of the tension that's there that we don't talk about, because at the end of the day, we ain't had shit from Black men. So we gave all of the props to Black women, but never necessarily intended for all that propping up to mean that this thing has been perfect, because it hasn't. Black women police the living shit out of Black men's sexuality. Heterosexual Black men's sexuality. When I reported on whatever live I did week before last, where I was talking about gay pride, etc., Ray J did a happy Pride Month, and then his homeboy from Love and Hip Hop Hollywood had came through and was like, fuck all that big prop shit, because everybody fucked up in this shit. And Hollywood was saying that because he's an unconventional heterosexual man, that women, straight women, and straight men constantly police his sexuality, simply because he's not some chest-beating, thuggy, deep voice, ratchet, dusty on the corner, because he's a pretty boy and he's a metrosexual and he got some drip about himself and he's not necessarily overly aggressive, that everything he does has to be gay, has to be gay, has to be gay. And guess what? All of my nerdy, non-conventional, straight Black male friends who I grew up alongside also was called the F word and considered to be gay, not only by their other male straight counterparts, but by their straight female counterparts as well, who saw everything that wasn't aggressive, that wasn't barbaric, that wasn't chaotic and overtly toxic masculine as gay, 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 gay. Black women are the first women to have a comfortable cis hetero man who know who the fuck he is, actually have no issue with the gay community, have no issue with being friends with gay men, have no issue with being friends and close to trans women, to be policed and called queer and side-eyed and speculated against. Women do that to men. Women do that to men. I am the best friend of plenty of straight men and damn near all of their women's. All of the women who were interested in them felt threatened by me and then side-eyed their sexuality because they had the nerve to have a friendship to me. They had the nerve to spend a night to my house. They had the nerve to want to be around me every day like they would any other male friend in their life. And who was in the background huffing and puffing and feeling inferior and jealous and territorial? Who in the background was feeling paranoid about their man's sexuality because he had the motherfucking gall to be close to me? Women. And once again, we largely as gay Black men don't talk about it to spare the feelings of women. And because relatively speaking, this has been a far better social experiment and relationship than, once again, what we got from them straight Black men. But just because straight Black men dropped the entire ball when it came to the LGBT community does not mean that Black women have not been injurious, does not mean that Black women have not been transphobic, does not mean that Black women have not been homophobic, does not mean that Black women have not internalized toxic ass masculinity and reinforced and projected that shit onto straight men and onto the LGBT community. I just don't want us to make no mistake about it, that Black women have to still do participate in that homophobia, in that transphobia, in that patriarchy, and in that toxic ass masculinity. D-Rock, welcome to the platform. Sound out, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Those are some excellent points you made, Conscious, just now. That was a sermon on the Mount, Martin Luther King speech, if you ask me. But so I'm coming in late. I've only been here about 15 minutes, but I have a pretty good idea of what this is about. And I can tell you, I have experienced homophobia on both sides, and I won't even say I can't even say it was more on this side than that side. It's been equal on both sides. And ever since I was like, I say about middle school somewhere, especially high school, like I definitely experienced a lot of homophobia from black women, and I wasn't even out. I wasn't openly gay. Like I would just be called gay. I would have women. I would literally sit in the classroom. I remember distinctly remember sitting in the classroom. I was in JROTC, and I was the only boy in there at for this day for some reason, and it was a classroom full of black girls, and there was this one girl, and she was actually our alpha. Like she wasn't the most feminine girl in the bunch herself. I mean, she was actually on the football team. I mean, go figure. But she said the most hateful, homophobic things that stick with me to this day. And she was talking about so she found some love note that some girl had wrote to her sister, and then she was just saying like how she felt some kind of way, but she was like, well, at least it's not my brother. If it was my little brother and I found out he was gay, I would beat his tail. I would beat his behind. And she just kept going back and forth like, it's okay for, I can see a girl being gay, but it's not okay for no boy. It's just nasty. And then you had every girl in there saying, "Yeah, I know, girl. Yeah, I know. Yes." And I have experienced this all through my life. I'll be 40 in another month or so, and all through my life, I've seen that same energy coming from black women. Even like, and I know every gay man in this chat has heard this. Girl, all that fine man going to waste. You know, comments like
Too
that.
many
Yes, felt like it's supposed to be a compliment. It was a backhanded compliment. And I have rode in the car, like I've carpooled with women who are like my next door neighbor. Supposed to be, shit. And make no mistake, just like there's alpha males, there are alpha females as well. And you have females who go around here and they think because they have a vagina that is the best thing in the world. And they throw that around and it like, everybody should bow down because I got a coochie, you know. And I mean, getting in the car, they, I work in public service, and so you're supposed to have manners, be polite, help the people, and everything. And I would literally be there when this lady got in the car, after she had smiled in their face and everything, get in the car saying she done took tips from them. They gave her tips, and she would get in the car and say, "Girl, I had these two faggots come to me today."
D-Rock, not
Yeah.
the F word, sir.
Oh, excuse me. But that's just an example. I mean, I got plenty of examples, but there's just a couple of examples. But yeah, it goes both
You talk
ways.
about the deep, demonic, hell-bound homophobia that your mother projects onto you.
Oh yeah,
times.
oh yeah. And yeah, my mother, she's a Christian. She's a diehard Christian and Pentecostal, and she's been since before I was born. And now the interesting thing is, I didn't find this out until I was in my 20s, but she was in a lesbian relationship herself before she got saved, so to speak. And but man, is she homophobic to this day. And she just is not having it with the gay thing. And but I got a gay cousin, and I literally watched her a couple months ago. My cousin came with a whole fiance for a female. And my mom was so welcoming. I didn't even know. I thought it was friends or something. The way my mom just act like it was no issue. And then turns out that was her whole fiance, and my mom was so nice, so welcoming. Talking about, well, don't be a stranger. But if that was me, conscious, they don't know, but Uh, but it's always been this double standard with even with between gay females and gay men. It's like there's a double standard. It's like y'all know that like they're more accepted. Lesbianism is more accepted than
you even got some of them motherfuckers who got the nerve to be homophobic.
Yes, I was going to say that too. I've had numerous encounters with full out lesbians who are so disgusted by gay men.
We're gonna be dragging their ass in the next episode.
But I want to interject quickly, and this is the one time I will agree with Reckless. The reason why
I'm sorry.
The reason why homophobia hits so hard when it's a black man versus a black woman is because, truth be told, no mothers don't give a fuck about their daughters. They don't give a fuck about their daughters at all. And black women, they are addicted, they are obsessed, they are in love with their sons. And as a daughter, I'm here to let you know that the reason why it hurts so bad when you bring home a black son versus a gay daughter is because the mother don't even fucking like the daughter. Like, she cute or whatever, she look like me, but realistically, all mothers and even fathers, because of the whole patriarchy thing, they idolize their sons. So I just wanted to throw that little jab in, little.
Yeah, I was going. I mean, whenever you get a chance, I was going to give my testimony on that because. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hello. Yes. So, I mean, I was obviously I'm a very masculine man, and I played a lot of sports in school. I pretty much was the guy's guy in school. So, not until recently, I really have admitted to myself over the past year or so, I accepted that I am, bisexual. But it's I've always kept it to myself. I think mostly because it is rough. I have like Jamaican. I'm Jamaican. That adds to it. But I just think that a lot of women, I think it's just we're missing this word. I think it's called toxic femininity. We don't touch on that a lot in our culture.
Yes.
That part right there. So with the toxic femininity, it is that like you said, we're supposed to be the man of the house. We're supposed to be the man of the house. We're supposed to be the providers. We're supposed to be, all these particular things. And if you're not that, then you are less than a man. So and then a lot of that is pushed onto us. And then you feel like in a sense you're almost letting people down just being who you feel inside. And a lot of gay men like myself have battled that, bisexual. It's hard for me to even tell people. I don't even tell people I'm bisexual at this point because most people don't even believe it's a such thing. That's a whole nother story. I have to deal with that, not only men not appreciating me being bisexual or me honest enough to say I like women and men. It seems like people just want to say I'm gay. So I have to deal with that.
Man, some of the most I want to say to you amid a night, and as I said, as somebody who has these conversations online, offline, like every day, all day, some of the most stigmatized people in the community are Black bisexual men. I cannot believe the shit that comes out of the dominant class mouths as it relates to bisexual Black men. The degree of demonization that comes. So like, and Black women will flippantly say, "Hey, I don't want to date a bisexual, but don't want nothing to do on no romantic level, sexual level with a bisexual man." Bisexual Black men get largely blamed by so-called supporters and allies of the community for, at the same time, in their minds, bringing AIDS and HIV into the heterosexual space, which bisexual men get blamed for. I mean, there is, excuse me, I'm drinking on this Coca-Cola. There is this, there's also this entitlement that Black women feel, and I do understand it, that there is a shortage of what they feel good, qualified Black male romantic.
Dick.
No,
That's what
it ain't no shortage of dick, but it's a shortage of quality, good Black male companionship. Dick is accessible every day and all day.
But what
So
I think for as a Black woman and someone who has voiced their opinion of not wanting to date bisexual men, to me, being flat out honest, is insecurity. It's just flat out insecurity.
Thank you. Thank you.
And it's not like, I don't know if you're gonna agree with my reason of the insecurity. If my man cheats on me with another girl, I get to look at her and I get to analyze: is she prettier than me? Is she richer than me? Is she more successful? Is she more skinny? Is she more popping? Bop, 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 bop. If I find out that you are having sex with another man, I have no way of competing with that. I have no way of comparing myself to that. Even when it comes to trans women, because especially in Atlanta, honey, we don't know. So and it goes back to when I say dick, it goes back to genitalia. Because even a trans woman can be as fierce, she can be given femme realness, fish, whatever you want to call it. But at the end of the day, if she has that one thing that I do not anatomically have, I cannot compete with her. So a lot of the times it's not homophobia, it's not entitlement, it's flat out insecurity, and not like, oh, I'm lesser than. It's just like I have nothing to compare or to compete with another man. So that's why a lot of women don't want to date bisexual men. And I do understand the STD stigma that comes along with that, but also it's flat out insecurity, and that's human nature. That's not because you hate somebody. It's bad enough. I don't want my nigga hanging around a bunch of bitches. Oh, that's my sis. That's my sis. Now I gotta worry about your sis and your bro. I'm sitting at home, flipping out, going through Instagram pages on fake Finstas and shit, trying to figure out, are you fucking him? Are you fucking her? Like, that's too much stress.
Don't worry, Chelsea. I got you. What you lace up? You already know before you get into it. Basically,
First of
what
all,
you
did.
I do like to interject.
Be quiet.
Hold on.
I like to interject.
Hold on. I got it. I need Chelsea to respond to somebody else other than Reckless. He is not the only person on the damn platform, Chelsea.
But he's my favorite.
Other gay men have been speaking their whole.
I have a response.
He wants to wear her out, girl.
And she ain't got nobody to talk to on this platform as if it's only her and Reckless in the building.
But he my best friend. So
period. We have a love
y'all need to change our numbers because it's a whole lot of other conversations and points being made by other people, and they might be cute to hear your response to, but I don't even know if Midnight was finished. Were you even complete, sir? Because I know that you were going through your laundry list of the things you have had to deal with as a masculine Black bisexual male.
Yeah, to hear what she was saying, I guess that is a lot of the issues that I have to deal with me being wanting to date females and having to deal with the fact that they constantly asking me, what do I do with guys? Do I like guys? I mean, once I tell them, if I really feel a female and I feel like I really like her, and I'm showing her every way that I can possibly show her that I'm into her, and I tell her that I'm bisexual, it's like everything changes. That's when to me the homophobia turns on, because now it's like, well, what do you do with men? Are you going, you still sleeping with men? Like, it just becomes so nasty and derogatory to the way she starts to treat me. It's just to the point where I just like, you know what? Maybe this is not the female for me. So,
but Midnight, but you
yeah.
said. But you said you recently came out as bisexual, because the whole thing, I don't want to negate anybody's trauma or anybody's feeling, but I just really want to eradicate this whole thing of Black women being homophobic because they're being insecure. The word is not homo. I feel like they're being insecure, and and you just made a good point where you said, well, once I tell them I'm bisexual, well, what do you do with men? What do you do? And as a man who recently came to his revelation that he's bisexual, have you never had that experience with a girl being catty or immature or derogatory towards a former ex or someone that you have recently dated or someone that you have formerly dated? Have you never had a girl say, "Oh, that bitch is ugly. Your old bitch is, oh, she is, her pussy stink. Her pussy's whack." You never had that. I'm asking, have you ever had that type of interaction where a woman was just as nasty and derogatory towards another woman that you previously dated before her?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Yes, I have. You know, I know females are very competitive against each other, so I know immediately if I would tell her, if she asks and I show her a picture of my ex, he would say she was pretty, or she would say, you know, she don't look better than her. And I get it. You know, it's a little competition, so I get all of that.
So
It was,
why is it that once it's done to a man, you categorize it as homophobia?
I think it's because the language. It to me it's immediately, if she's talking about another female that I was talking to, it's almost like a playful competition. But when she found out that it was a man, it's almost like it becomes so I don't know how to say it, but just becomes so
Aggressive? You feel like it becomes
aggressive. Yeah,
aggressive?
yeah, aggressive and almost demeaning, and to the point where I start feeling like, damn, you making me feel bad for being honest.
And as a teachable moment, Chelsea, homophobia encompasses all of that. It doesn't matter what the content for the homophobia is homophobia nonetheless. So whether your
It's still
homophobia
fear.
comes from insecurity, comes from fear, comes from trauma, comes from not having edges, wherever the hell it comes from, it's personified and manifested as homophobia.
I don't know. I feel as though when I hear
But I
homophobia,
do, I will say this to your point, because I always say this on my platform too. I absolutely agree that for women, a lot of times, like a lot of that shit is just due to the patriarchy. Patriarchy got women out here fighting for men, fighting for validation from men, and therefore women fight amongst each other in the context of fighting for space and fighting for male approval. This is why oftentimes a woman would rather project her frustration onto the mistress he cheating with rather than the man who's doing the cheating, because patriarchy got everybody fucked up and confused out here. So I do agree that it is largely out of insecurity, and that's why
shout out to Voodoo Child. Voodoo Child
we gotta destroy the patriarchal construct. But let me before I allow, well, first of all, a midnight. How do you Smith these type of comments? Because I'm sure that you have heard these type of comments from Black women your whole life. I'm not dating a bi man. She would rather date a trans woman. What does that make you feel like as a bisexual man to just hear people be so rejective of you because you're simply bi? It doesn't matter that you have a good credit score. It doesn't matter that you have a sound moral compass. It doesn't matter that you have the capacity to be faithful and to be committed and to want a family and to be a contributor and to be emotionally receptive to a woman, that you are simply being disqualified simply off of the basis of your orientation. Your actual humanity is completely irrelevant. Like, what do you do with that as a bisexual man?
It's, you know, that's a deep that's something I battle every day. Like, you know, it's to the point where it makes me feel like maybe I should just go back into denial about my bisexuality and not even speak on it. And I know that's not what I want to do. I feel at this moment in my life, I want to live in my truth. But if I have to be honest with myself, a lot of women, and I know it's not their fault, but it's how they were raised, but they just can't, you know, they don't know how to express, I don't know, maybe they were just raised and taught that if a man lay with a man, he gay. Because I think that's the biggest issue that I find. It's like they keep saying you gay, and I'm like, I do
And
like men,
this is
but
a part of the hypocrisy of
yeah,
women as well, because women get to say, I sucked on mad pussy during
Yep.
my college years, but still have the luxury of turning around and being with men and identifying and being acknowledged by the surrounding community as straight. Women get
Yes,
to
sir.
bounce and swing the pendulum from left to right when
All
it
the
comes to
time.
their affinity and affections toward the same sex, but have the luxury of deciding that they're straight and being respected as straight by their male counterparts, by their families, etc. But when it comes to Black bisexual men, that luxury is not afforded to them, and that's the bullshit.
I mean, I am
Not
here to beg a
bullshit.
dip. I'm here to beg a differ because I have friends who are girls who kiss on girls in the club, who suck on pussy. I tried to suck on some pussy. I didn't like it. 2 stars, wouldn't recommend. I went back to what I like and know. But the point is, I have had girlfriends who had legitimate relationships with women and who had legitimate relationships with men, and something that they also always have to fight for is when they get in that relationship with men, they automatically think that something like a threesome or stuff like that is on the table just because. And I feel like that's something that bisexual men probably don't get approached with that easily. But I know a lot of bisexual girls, they get harassed or kind of trying to get manipulated into doing threesomes. Once a man finds out that you are bisexual or you have been with a woman sexually, they assume that, oh, today's gonna be the day I hit the lucky 7. I'm gonna get this sexual fantasy. And for someone who is a legitimate relationship person, I know girls who have to deal with that type of derogatory, manipulation of, well, if you ate pussy before, why can't we eat pussy together? Why can't we do it together? So because I understand,
A little
Conscious,
different.
yeah, it's different, and to probably a gay man, oh, that's not that bad, or whatever the case may be. But like I said, I know girls who are bisexual, and stuff like that does hurt their feelings and does hurt their egos, because now a real relationship that, damn, why does boy blowing me up? But a real relationship. I'm about to mute myself real quick.
yes. And
But
I wanted, it was one question I really wanted to make though. I wanted to let women know this though, and because I don't want to take up so much of your time because y'all really having a deep conversation, and I want everybody to be able to get their stuff out. But I just wanted to say this, like, there's a such thing as being bisexual and still being monogamous. I think the misconception is that being bisexual means you want your cake and eat it too. No, being bisexual means you just find both sexes sexually attractive. Meaning that, but that does not mean that when you get in a relationship, you want to be in a relationship with both. You may just want to be in a relationship with that one person. I'm a monogamous type guy. If I'm in a relationship with a woman and I love her, I'm focused on her. I don't care who else I may find attractive, but I'm not going to cheat on her with a man or another woman. And I think that's the biggest misconception, is that as a bisexual man, I'm going to be wanting a woman and I'm going to have a man on the side. I wouldn't do that. I believe in love. I believe in monogamy. I believe in one-on-one. And I think that if that mold can be, broken, that we just want our cake and eat it too, I think that a lot of y'all will give us a lot more opportunity to show y'all that we can show you love and we can be, a good companion and be everything that you need and everything you looking for,
It really requires a proper education, because I was going to speak to that as well. A midnight, Miss Coco said, yeah, a woman wants a man who they know truly desires them, so a bi male doesn't fit into that box, unfortunately. But actually, a bi man does. If a bi man wants to be with you, it means he truly desires you. Now, if you side on his ability to be committed, then that's based upon your own projection, your own trauma of dealing with a bunch of cheaters, etc. But you're not competing when you are dating a bisexual man, because bisexual people also are faithful people. Just because they are attracted You're not cheating on your denim just because you got polyester that you're gonna put on tomorrow. Like, the logic is not logicking for me. Like, you have to be rational and logical in your assessment of these things. And a lot of y'all project onto bisexual people and are heavily misinformed on bisexual people, particularly bisexual men. When you hear bisexuality, what should not also come to your mind is polyamory, polygamy, infidelity. I don't know whether it's because you're hearing I'm attracted to both. You think that a bisexual man is going to try to obtain both being with you. And you went down the wrong road if that's where your mind goes. Because a cheater is a cheater, okay? And you are dealing with the same type of man, even when you choose to solely and only date a heterosexual man. Because guess what a heterosexual man doesn't do? He doesn't stop being attracted to other women just because he's putting the finger on your hand. But his ability to be faithful will be due to his ability and choice to be faithful. Y'all act like even the so-called straight men that y'all get with, that they all of a sudden are only just attracted to you. That straight man is making a choice to be faithful, just like that bisexual man is making a choice to be faithful. And plenty of y'all ain't doing no damn better sticking with the damn straight niggas, because they out here putting multiple babies in your sister, in your auntie, in your best friend down the street. You probably would have a better chance with a man who at least is starting off transparent and honest.
But he has more options.
Wait, but also
okay. So here's the ignorance.
Okay, the pool is bigger.
So here's the ignorance.
It
I just
is.
said all that I just said. And he come busting out talking about if he the man just literally said, I am monogamous, and here she go. But he got more options. The man
Okay, and bitches is hard-headed. Bitches is hard-headed and insecure.
The man literally said that he's a one-woman, one-man's man, and here she go. Oh, but he got plenty of other people.
No, can I say something? Can I say something, please?
Let me mute, please.
Go ahead, D-Rock.
I get, as a completely 100% gay man. See, I think Conscious, you have a little bisexuality in you, so you would kind of be more, provide a little more grace and understanding for the bisexual side.
Mm-hmm.
But for people who are like, I can understand the
It's a double
heterosexual women.
standard. No, it's a double standard for me, because in this conversation, we literally talked about the bisexual male's counterpart, which is the bisexual female. And if we're not over stigmatizing, and if we're not over demonizing, and if we're not being over paranoid about women who have a bisexual proclivity, then we should not also disproportionately and hypocritically do that when it comes to Black men who are bisexual.
Oh no, I agree with that part. I agree with that
Well,
part.
if you agree
100%.
with it, it's case closed, because
But it's not case closed. It's not a case closed, because that's not what I'm talking about.
Because in the words of reckless logic, if the car can go forward, it can go backward. What's good for the goose is good for the goddamn gander. So if we are acknowledging in this conversation that a big thing that's going on when it comes to bisexual men is that their narrative is being controlled by the ignorance of the dominant class, and even those who claim to be bisexual who happen to be female, then it means that we got to be woke and present and mindful in this conversation to back up off of all of that hypocrisy and allow the narrative to stand for what it does. We can't continue to say, well, that makes sense and I agree with that, but it ain't no but. There are faithful bisexual men. That's on period. And anybody who's gonna cheat on you is not cheating because they're bisexual. They're cheating because they're a fucking cheater. They're not cheating because they're bisexual. That's also why I said that there are straight men. Most of these women here got problems with straight men, fooling around, cheating on them with other women who ain't even bisexual. Because a cheater is a cheater. Whether you a homosexual cheater, a lesbian cheater, a transgender cheater, the orientation don't matter. A cheater is a cheater. That's a character issue. That's a character flaw. And to keep on projecting that shit and to keep on narrating bisexual men that way, or to keep on narrating people based upon their orientation, that shit is low vibrating and ignorant as fuck. It just is not going to fly. It's not intelligent at all.
But those are two different conversations we're having.
Logic and truth.
Those are two different conversations.
You're not gonna sit down with no certified educator who is going to tell you that somebody of an orientation is a cheater because of their orientation. You're a cheater because you're weak, because you lack discipline. And whether you happen to be gay, straight, lesbian, trans, non-binary, or identify as a fucking cow, if you're going to cheat, you're going to cheat. And we all got cheaters in our communities. That's how you dispel that easily. If cheating was based upon sexuality, then how is it that everyone of every sexuality has their fair share of cheaters in their community? How much infidelity are we seeing playing out in the heterosexual world on Love and Hip Hop? How many niggas cheating? How many heterosexual men cheating? Cheating ain't got shit to do with orientation. And as LGBT folk, D-Rock, we got to be careful about that. We got to be careful about unnecessarily and superficially furthering the stigmatization that is already there, because the dominant class is already prepared to do all the witch hunting. It ain't got nothing to do with sexuality. That is a character issue. And if you are personally paranoid about a bisexual man, it's because you are an insecure person. It's because you have insecurities. Because I have dated bisexual men, and I ain't never felt like I was competing with a woman because my man was attracted to a woman. Because if he with me, what I know that he does like his ass and this big juicy pussy.
Oh my god!
Around.
Oh my gosh!
I ain't. When I'm with a man, I ain't even thinking about other motherfucking niggas, because I'm assuming that if you here, this where the fuck you wanna be. So what the fuck am I gonna be walking around concerning myself with another man or another woman? That's for insecure.
Oh my god!
And ain't none of that going on up over here. So people got to clean that shit up. Go sit in Dr. Phil. Get your insecurities together. Go talk to old folks. Have a motherfucking aha moment. Get your shit together. Go work on soul salvation. And
like,
damn trembling and stop motherfucking judging other fucking people because we walking around fucked up and fractured and broken.
Now y'all done set up here and got Conscious all worked up and got him flared up. But I just say this. I'm out. I just want to say this, but I'm out. Well, I'm gonna mute. I'm not out, but I'm mute. I think another thing too, people are trying to conflate a preference with also kind of be having discrimination. A preference is I prefer this, but however, I'm open to yada yada yada. Discrimination is this is what I'm gonna get. Even doesn't matter, and if I don't get that, doesn't matter what the packaging is. I'm not gonna go for it. That's the difference between a preference and then on the discrimination side of things. Because a preference is I prefer, a heterosexual, strictly heterosexual man. For this particular context, a heterosexual man. But however, I'm not opposed to dating a bi person if I feel like he loves me and everything's right. But I'm gonna mute on that.
Well, I'm glad the lady, and I'm sorry I don't know her name, who brought up the insecurity. I'm glad that she said that because some women will not be honest about that. They'll project like the girls did in the classroom, but I've heard the conversation many times by many women. They feel like and somebody, I think it was you, Conscious, who brought it up earlier. They feel like most good men, there's a shortage of good men. There's a shortage of black men. Like most black men are either locked up, they're being taken by the streets, or or they're gay. and there's a shortage of and I hear it a lot from women who are from Atlanta in particular. But I'm glad she brought that up because there's literally a video, and I can't think of the name of this YouTube channel, but I saw it a couple years ago. There's this lady on YouTube, and she's literally saying this. I mean, she's a straight female, and she sits there and watches gay porn, but she hates gay men. And she said she literally admitted this on her video, talk about, well, it is, I am mad, I am upset that I'm not getting, that's dick that I could be getting. Literally said that.
Oh, the hell it ain't.
Right.
Midnight, thank you for bringing that up because that's also something I wanted to touch on when you said that something that has triggered you in the past was that women would say, oh, that's a waste. And you thought it was a backhanded compliment. And I will be honest with you, I have said that plenty of times with gay men that it is a waste. And it's not really meant to be a compliment for you. It's meant to be kind of just a realization to me that I ain't getting that dick. So yeah, and a lot of the times women are not very open to just saying, hey, I'm fucking jealous. You got this fucking 6'4", big, dark, muscular, mandingo ass nigga on just pounding your back out, just throwing your spine all around the room, and he only wanna give it to Gerald. Like, that is just a lot to take in. It is very, very disappointing. And I said a comment in the
I also want to keep context.
And you don't see that as entitlement. You don't see that as entitlement.
I also want to keep
no,
context.
I see it as me being honest. It's me being honest. You are allowed. I'm not entitled to a man just because I have a vagina, but I am allowed to fantasize or even have the romanticization of us being together. And then you kind of knocking me off that pedestal by saying, "Sweetheart, you not my cup of tea or my biscuit." Now that I don't take that as an entitlement, like, oh, he owes me dick, gimme. But when women say that, it's not like something to try to dig at you. It's just a realization, and it's just us being real.
I get that, but I want to keep in context. With gay man, that's slightly different, but the context of this conversation is bisexual men, so he can still blow your back out. I'm mute now.
But I personally has been honest and said I'm not mature enough to date a bisexual man. So for me, he cannot blow my back out, which is a disappointment. I don't know what Midnight looks like. I like his voice, and he said he's Jamaican, so I don't know if he know how to make curry gold.
People in the comments are melting and dripping and getting wet and moist over Midnight's voice.
Exactly, but I don't know if he, I don't know what he look like. So the point is. He probably could blow my back out, but I'm not mature enough to be with a bisexual man. And just like he's honest to say he's bisexual, I'm honest to say I can't be with one. So no, for me, it's a disappointment. And I'm allowed to be disappointed. Is it rude to say that to somebody's face? Absolutely. Whether he's heterosexual, bisexual, or homosexual, it's rude to assume that I was going to give you some of my genitalia. But I don't think it's a dig at you personally. That just, it is what it is, bro.
Yeah, it might not be meant as a dig, but it is.
Everybody on the screen, welcome.
This is open it up. I can't see.
Welcome to Midnight.
Okay,
Jesus.
give me some angles. Can I get the full body?
Okay.
You thick. Oh, girl, yeah, you be eating some curry goat now. You thick. I like you. You know what I mean?
Now, it's women out here in this chat who ain't got no damn man talking about they don't want a bisexual damn man.
They may not be mature enough to have a bisexual man. You just gave your fucking sermon about, I want only you, only wah. Don't force people to be into something that they cannot handle.
I'm forcing people to get their mental health together and to get into therapy.
You calling me retarded?
I'm sorry, y'all are funny as hell on this panel today. Oh my god.
Conscious, you said mental health, so am I retarded because I'm open enough to say I can't date a bisexual man?
No, I personally appreciate you saying that. Like, I love that you are open and honest about that.
I'm saying that it's 7 steps to recovery and a good.
Okay, so Conscious is trying to call me retarded. And another thing that Conscious highlighted a comment that I said. I always want to specify because I don't want it to be taken out of context. I said, why are people harboring onto childhood ignorance when they learned it from their parents? And I wanted to kind of divulge on that because it seems like everybody's story is the same. Leo 007 trying to get a little.
See, Leo ain't got no problem with the bisexuality of it all, baby. If midnight will have them, midnight it is.
Okay, but I just feel as though a lot of these examples of like the homophobia and Black women and things like that, they're very. Why is it? I don't know how to say. I don't know. Maybe because
Chelsea.
Hold on. I don't respond to African beauty. If a gay man says he's turned off by pussy, women have to accept it. But a woman is being chastised but not with a bi man. Take them ahead, it's hypocritical. Okay. What it is your lack of comprehension, African beauty. You can't even put a bisexual man and a same gender loving man in the same category because you know what the difference is? The bisexual man actually wants you. A gay man doesn't. So yes, you a damn fool for disqualifying a Black man from being with you and starting a family with you who actually is attracted to you, who actually wants and desires you sexually and romantically, and you're stupid enough to disqualify him because he also is attracted to men. That's literally dumb as hell. And the fact that men don't do that when it comes to women is even more bullshit because men don't give a damn whether Black women are bisexual or not. Matter of fact,
They still don't. They turned on by it.
So y'all got to figure it out why you would want to disqualify a man who would want you just because he is attracted, not want to also be with men, but is just attracted to other men. The same thing that you got to put up with any damn way when you dating a straight man who also is who's still attracted to Keisha, to Terry, to Becky, to Renee, to Linda, to
I don't want no man that's attracted to Becky
because the straight man you dating don't just become attracted to you and you only because he chooses to be committed to you. Yes, I think that all people are a damn fool out here disqualifying eligible bachelors, people with great heightened levels of emotional intelligence, got an education and a goddamn credit score over 650, all because they are attracted to other things other than ham and cheese. Just because they also like chicken. Just because they also like macaroni. But if they plan on being married to ham and cheese, what's the problem with the fact that they also like chicken too? They only gonna be with ham and cheese.
Well, like I said,
and you still got a damn problem. That's a damn fool. I want you to hear fool.
Oh, girl.
This is the key.
Oh, wow, child.
Black women out here crying and goddamn protesting about a damn epidemic of singleness, and they got the damn nerve to be hyper fucking picky over damn nothing.
Well, if the Handmaid's Tale ever comes to fruition, then yes.
I could see if being bisexual was actually a character flaw. I could see if bisexuality actually meant that the man is deviant and incapable or perverse in some way. The fact that literally Black women out here leading the goddamn microphone, screaming through the bullhorn about qualifiable ass eligible millennial Black men, and they got the motherfucking nerve to be the white man of the community by simply discriminating against another Black man because of his orientation, irregardless of any other quality, irregardless of his capacity to be faithful to her. I ain't entertaining Black women crying no more on my fucking platform about a lack of good Black men since y'all want to just be throwing good, qualified, healthy bisexual men to the damn rubbish bin. I don't want to hear it no more.
Well, who the fuck was crying on your platform your whole monologue because you acting like it's just black. There are plenty of gay men in the scene who also do not want to date bisexual men. There are plenty trans women who don't want to date a man that identifies as gay or identifies as bisexual. There are plenty of gay men in the community who do not want to date other men who may identify as something else or identify. So everybody has a character flaw and says what they like and what they don't like, and it may not make sense and it may sound like the dumbest thing, but until the Handmaid's Tale storyboard comes to fruition and they have eradicated abortions and they are pairing us up with people based on stupid shit, let us hold on to our fucking preferences of who we will or will not date. Okay, let us hold on to our discrimination of who we will and will not fuck and reckless then whatever.
Perfect word. We gonna let y'all hold on to y'all discrimination. That's honest. We're gonna let y'all hold on to y'all prejudice and y'all discrimination.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Let me hold on to my ignorance.
Can I say something, please, as the gay man in the room? Because I don't want to leave the sister out there by herself.
Okay.
You know, but I'm a gay man. I can speak to that, and I'm not giving credence. I'm not giving a pass. I'm not endorsing. I'm just saying I can understand, and I already know what you're thinking, Conscious. But let me speak, please. But I can
The only
understand.
thing I want you to include, a D-Rock, is make sure while you about to go do the white man's job for black women.
Oh.
I want you to
now who got the bullhorn today,
Conscious? Do the white man's job for black women. What I want you to also add to the conversation, what I want you to also make sure you put in fine red, white, and at the bottom of the contract is make sure you tell these people that you also are insecure.
I was thank you. I was actually going to say that. I was
Issa
actually
and
going to say
Molly,
that.
honey, we fine over here.
Oh my God, y'all are funny.
I was actually going to say that. I can be honest about that. I have some insecurities, but I'm glad you left that comment on the screen. Bi men are probably more loyal. I can't speak universally, and I'm not going to say whether it's one way or the other way. But in my experience, I tend, because I'm naturally attracted to masculinity. So with that, I have intended to encounter mostly bisexual men, and they always went the other way. You know, they were never loyal, you know, in my experience. But I'm not saying that they aren't. You know, of course, there are many loyal bisexual men and women out there. But I'm just saying I can understand the sentiment behind having a insecurity about, you know, your significant other being attracted to the opposite sex, or the same sex, the opposite of you, because there seems to be your mind is naturally going to go to, okay, I'm not fully what they want. I'm only half of what they want.
Insecure, that's exactly where your mind goes.
But another
because
thing,
see, for a non-insecure ass bitch like me, those are just not thoughts that find them ways into my mental atmosphere. Those are just not even things that come up out of my grass and blossom into trees. Those are just not, that's just not fluid that comes out of my faucet. But when you insecure, yes, you will find any way to reduce yourself. When you are insecure, you will find any way to feel inferior. When you are insecure, you will find any way to validate the fact that you are not enough. Even if that's using a man's sexuality to reinforce your own insecurity about not being enough, even if he's made you enough. That's the consciousness and psychology of insecurity. It's an eternal, forever looping cycle. You literally, insecurity forces you to look for the reduction, look for a way to reduce yourself. And unfortunately, bisexual black men are being hunted against by insecure ass women and insecure ass men. And that's not their problem, nor is that about them. That's about everybody who's insecure.
Okay, truthful rating. She said my gynecologist who was Jewish and 69 years old said if a man wants to screw you in the booty, he's gay. I'm not gay. I'm heterosexual. I don't want nothing up my butt but an enema. Here's the thing. Like, I don't understand why when it comes down to anal sex, like y'all do know that women also participate
Taking her
in
life philosophy from a 69-year-old ass Jew. Okay.
Like my thing is like you do understand that women also participate in anal sex, and just because someone enjoys anal
All the
sex does
time.
not does not equate or just equal they want to be with another man. Because the thing about it, if we go with that logic, if a man likes to kiss a woman, then if that's the case, he likes to kiss men as well. They're both the same action. If you like having anal sex when it comes down to women, then you, of course, by your logic, you'll like having anal sex with the man. And we're going to completely ignore the other contributions, attributes, and characteristics that may turn a person on, and also their, sexual orientation. But however, with that being said, since that is the case, it's the exact same action, and men like to kiss women and women like to kiss men, then y'all should have the ability to be able to kiss the same sex if you're strictly heterosexual, and we're going to completely ignore the fact of you probably feeling uncomfortable because that's not what you want to do.
Yeah, right.
To,
But there definitely
to
is
Miss Mama's, I'm sorry, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I won't go because they hit the motherfucking like I'm back. I'm sorry, I was at work. You know how it is. To Miss Mamas that says some of the anal sex. What is it with heterosexual women who believe that anything with anal in a man is gay? I just did an episode about this. There's nothing wrong with a man like an anal sex as long as it's with a woman. Now, if he another nigga up in his booty crack, okay, he gay, cool, whatever. But if a man wants to have his ass eaten or wants to be pegged or played with, that should be allowed if it's with the woman. But for some reason, any anal play considered gay. But like when you want men to be open about doing certain things in the bedroom, y'all ridicule anything that does with the anal probe. I don't like that. Cause a lot of men like getting ass playing and they don't like admit to it because women be like, oh, that's gay as fucking. I ain't gonna fucking nigga gotta go like doing stuff in the ass. So I gotta choose what y'all want to do.
Okay, I gotta whisper, but the fact that we started talking about anal sex. Shut up. I told you what the fuck I was doing. You saw in the chat what I wrote. Why I gotta fucking whisper? Shut up. Now, I ain't scared, bitch. I'm grown. But I'm feeding into my stop. That's why I don't be talking.
My
to you.
bad. I'm sorry. You being submissive. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let you be submissive.
Yeah. Okay. So the fact that we started talking about anal sex and immediately you talked about anal sex to you and not to the woman, that's where the red flag went up about the gay shit. I'ma just be real with you because it's just like Conscious, we've had previous conversations where I personally, I'm a virgin in the butt, and so I'm saving that for marriage. And when it comes to like pegging and other stuff with my man, shut the fuck up so I can tell y'all. Hurry up and tell y'all. When it comes to sexual things, like doing it to my man and his anal, I personally would like to save that for like a 15-year anniversary or a 25-year anniversary, because I don't think
15,
straight off
20 years.
yeah, because we're married by that time we start playing with booty holes. We should be I should have your last name if you want to play in some butt. That's just how I just feel. Bitch, first of all, yeah, patriarchy and what is it called when you use Christianity as a fucking demonize other people?
Bible thumpers.
Yeah, I'm a Bible thumper also, and I just feel as though that should be sacred to your husband. Now back to what I was saying. By 15 and 25 years, the sex is vanilla. It's so if my man should tell me in 15, 20 years, oh, I want you to peg me, that's something I would do as his wife. But if we just fucking around and I met you at Spice House in Buckhead and we going to do it for the first time and you want me to stick my thumb in your ass, that catches me off guard. I just don't feel like that is something that we should be doing. And you know what? Since we being real, since we being real, as a heterosexual cisgender woman, that does give me gay vibes, because it's like, who has done that to you? I've been around girls my whole life, and everybody's not doing that at our 25, 26 age. Now, if he was an older man, like in his 50s, I could kind of see where he's more experienced. But if you 28, 27 and stuff, and you talking about ass play, right? At the beginning of our relationship, that do give me gay vibes, because it's like, who was doing that with you? We still young, we in our adolescence.
That does not equate. Chelsea. Now, okay. Now, why I brought it up was because of the fact that what the young lady said in the comment, that was number one, and then number two, I brought it up because of the fact that we're in a more open generation. Like, I know we kind of diverted the conversation for a second, but again, ass play ain't that deep to where it's like, oh my God, he gotta be gay. Like, ew, nah.
To you, because that's how y'all. I'm not even trying to be funny. The gay men okay, I'm be real with you. Because they gonna play this shit back and talk about me.
Go ahead.
Cancel Chelsea. Cancel Chelsea.
Shut the fuck up. Okay, to a gay man, ass play ain't that big of a deal, because that's all y'all got to play with. You understand what I'm saying? As a woman, coochie play is not. You got other things? What else?
Yeah, we got penises. What do you mean? It's a lot of stuff to play with.
Okay. When it comes to holes, you can plug. When it comes to holes, you can plug. As a gay man, from my knowledge and my understanding, y'all only have 2 holes. Women have 3. So, like I said, when we're talking about ass play, to gay men, it's not that big of a deal, because that's what y'all primarily play with. Women, whether it's patriarchy or whether, I don't know what it's called, we don't just start off fucking in the ass. We just don't. We don't lose our virginity in the ass. Me personally. So I just feel as, oh my God.
Okay. Can I give you? Let me make this point again. Now, what I'll get to was, I have a homeboy who is heterosexual and never been a man before at all, and he has a requirement where if a girl don't want to play his booty, he don't fuck him. Ain't never been a man before.
And he told you this because what? And he felt comfortable. He felt comfortable enough to tell you that why.
Okay, I have a lot of hetero friends who come and tell me certain shit, so I don't know. Like I said, this is me. I'm that bitch. But why? Because we had a conversation about anal play. He brought it up.
Exactly. Because he feels comfortable talking to another gay man about anal. Because that's what y'all do.
Wait, but that also.
No, it's because
it doesn't matter.
Y'all are homophobic and judgmental as hell.
I don't know what's so out of the closet today, but you and your blowhorn, you sit on the back skirts because somebody's trying to be I'm trying to break down barriers and walls, and I'm trying to build a bridge.
Chelsea, I love the fact you're so open that you feeling low key attacked, like you're still taking it, like, but you doing a good ass job.
Yes, I like that.
I love it because you ain't gotta come in here and like do that. Because I will not come in and be like, okay, I don't want to do the anal shit to 20 years into a marriage. Most people would say, I do a shit, I fuck that, and then to nigga let my ass on. You still got that. Girl, I give you full props for that.
Yeah.
Because you on your own, but shit. I mean, again, maybe it's just me because I'm pansexual. So I've been women before and then start messing with me. And I ain't know the anal till like 23. I'm 27 now. So I didn't go that route and start doing anal sex on the bullshit
until
later on my life.
And the first time you did anal sex, who was it with?
Honestly, it was an Asian dude.
Exactly. It was with a dude. Because at 22, 23, we are not busting up in our booty holes because that is it's a different level. First of all, losing your virginity is painful. It's not like in the movies where you're like,
yeah, girl, we know.
You gotta break that bitch in like at least 4 or 5 times before you really start getting. And even after that, you don't really start learning how to make yourself like or have an orgasm in your vagina until like you're well into your 30th time fucking. You know what I'm saying? So to go from trying to handle the pain of losing your virginity and your vagina, and then trying to learn how to sexually please your vagina, now we got, you think bitches is rushing to get into a new frontier and bust open booty holes, which is already uncomfortable. You got to take an enema, a Ducalax, you got to wax, and you got to do all this extra crazy shit. A woman is not doing all that for just a one night
Nobody got
stand.
time for that.
Like I said, I think the only time is a red flag. This is me personally. The only time I feel it's a red flag that heterosexual man would do any anal play, like you said, is the first time y'all have sex. If it opens up to it, don't do it. That does create vibes.
No. All right, so let me ask my YouTube boyfriend. Let me ask my YouTube knockout. Knockout.
That. No, we're not gonna spread that.
Knockout. Let me
What's
ask
up?
my YouTube boyfriend right now. Now we was dating like in real life, you know, something very cute. And it was our first time having a sexual encounter.
Mhm.
Would you, and you gotta be honest, because you know, no, it's just the internet. We turn the computers off, all these people go away, nobody else matters. Be honest with me. If it was our first sexual encounter, would you want to do anal play? Is that something that you're into?
I mean, as far as like me or in the
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, see.
I told you. What I told
Like,
you.
that's not gonna be my
like the booty
first.
hole play too, period.
Wait. That's not gonna be.
Forget
That's
this.
not gonna
I'm
be my
gonna go
first.
off. Because the
That's not
thing
gonna be my
is
first
that
go-to.
he most definitely came up when you was talking
Knockout
about
is
the
going both of them. He both handed.
I mean,
Both holes. Give me all three holes.
look. I just wanted to come on and say, Conscious, I'm salty. You're having a late night show without me, and and Chelsea,
Let's do this again.
you making me sweat over here at work. I just had to tap in and add my 2 cents. But yeah, I mean, it depends on what you would want. To be honest with you, I'm a pleaser, so.
Well, Chelsea already
Well,
said
knockout, you
that
gotta
she
wait
want
20
her
years after you get
She
married.
already said that she want her asshole spread out like Laffy Taffy on her wedding night. So
In 15 years, when
In
we're
15 years.
married.
It's a contract.
First of all, I cannot believe that y'all are up here trying to give sexual acts sexual orientation. Where the hell do that at?
No,
Where
but
the hell
that
they
ass
do
though,
that at?
for real.
Where they do
Hey,
that at?
Knock.
They do it
Hey,
right
Knockout.
here on Consciouztv. This is where we're doing it. We being
I'm about to
honest.
scream. She really said that shit for real.
What you mean? She really? This is how I feel, and this is how a lot of women feel. They either have not come
I
to that
know
realization.
many women who can't even have an orgasm unless they are getting it up the buns. Like a lot. Like I have homegirls who literally want nothing but anal sex.
And they say your most sensitive G spot is in your anus. That's why I want to save it for my husband, because you already know, Conscious, how I give it up once I get dignitized. It's fuck everybody and their mama about my man. So I don't need another layer of just, you know,
Girl, I can
euphoria
tell.
added onto that.
I can tell you first off, you whispering in the house. So we can tell.
I mean, reckless. Okay, you see my other. Shut up. Don't get me caught out here.
Welcome to the platform.
But yeah.
Damn, I hope you're not cheating on me, Chelsea, already. Shit.
Well, damn.
You know, reckless always be talking shit and lying.
Oh, hold on, wait. I'm so happy that Knockout Media is here to take the conversation a few notches back. Knockout is a cis hetero man whose sexuality gets policed heavily as well, simply because I'm one of his best friends, simply because he's comfortable enough to slap on a wig for entertainment purposes, and he gets caught and narrated as all type of bisexual and this, that, and the third. Ain't that right, Knockout Media?
Yeah, that's very true. But I mean, at the same time, it's like anytime I get on the panel and I start flirting with like women like Chelsea, and it's like, oh well, Knockout, all you do is flirt with women. So then it turns like, I don't know what the narrative is, but I mean,
because we were here talking earlier about how bisexual men get ran out of the village, and how there's a lot of judgment and policing that even women do of men's sexuality, even when those men identify as heterosexual. If they too kind, they get narrated as gay. If they too damn pretty and clean and neat, they get narrated as damn gay. If they have proximity to the LGBT community, have a gay friend, have a trans friend, they get called damn gay. If they're light skinned, they get called damn gay. If they don't dress like conventional men, maybe have a more eclectic style, they get called damn gay. It's just, you can be gay for anything other than being an ignorant. If you ain't an ignorant, dusty, it's possible you're gay in the Black community.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Hey, knockout.
Yo.
Question.
Yeah.
So you're not bisexual. You're completely heterosexual.
Strictly.
You said I'm heterosexual, like all the way through and through. But
Shaking my head. All that fine man going to waste. Just wanted to say that.
Let me say this. So, me and Conscious were talking the other day, and I was saying like, so my neighbor and like I guess like my first friend who I grew up next to, I mean he was gay, and I didn't know, nobody saw a problem with him, and like nobody really was like, I don't know, like it wasn't a thing to like condemn a gay person. But then again, like I grew up in the 90s, so it's like a lot of things were like everything was gay. You know what I'm saying? Like you could be walking and if you tripped or something, somebody would call you gay. So it's just a thing, I guess. It's like from each individual, I guess, cis heterosexual man or whatever, what constitutes as like gay, what constitutes as bi. If you ask me, like I look at sexuality just like that. It's like whoever you're attracted to or whoever you're having sex with. Like if you can be in a wig and a dress all day, but I mean if you're with women every night, then how are you gay?
Yes, there are heterosexual cross-dressers. There are heterosexual trans women. There are heterosexual effeminate men. Hell, Prince was in high heels, lip gloss,
Exactly.
corset, tights, assless chaps, and was munching on puss and carried a old nasty piece of a woman around with him, because heterosexuality is just as fucking nuanced as homosexuality is. But really, when we're talking about masculinity and femininity, these things don't even have anything to do with orientation in and of their fucking self. That's a whole nother separate thing. And it's just weird that we have these fucking double standards. It's weird that Eve got to go from being a rough rider to a hyper girl without controversy, but Black men don't have the luxury. Black straight men don't have the luxury of expressing themselves, expressing their femininity, the way that the brat gets to swing between her masculinity and her femininity. Women largely get away with being more fluid, and I know that it's because patriarchy don't even give a fuck about women to begin with. So,
well, see, let me ask this though. Chelsea, if you had walked in, say we had moved in together or whatever, and I'm getting on live with Conscious, and you see me putting on the wig and everything, getting ready, what are you gonna be like?
He got options, girl. He got options.
Oh my god.
And you better not remix it either.
Wait, hold on a second. Here's the thing. When I say he got options, Knockout, are you bisexual?
No, I'm not.
Okay,
no.
so I'm his option. So if he puts on a wig and a dress,
oh my God, Jesus.
No, if he puts on a wig and a dress, I'ma just pray to God he turns into Tyler Perry, and I'ma close the door and I'm gonna go to the mall while y'all do that. That is just how I feel. You're trying. I mean, I'm gonna be real. If he wanted to wear a wig and a dress to go outside, I'd be like, "All right, you're wilding. Now you gotta chill." But I think from entertainment purposes, if that's what you want to do, then like I said, I will close the door and I will go to the mall with my homegirls while you do that. However, when I'm saying, "Oh, he got options," if I find out that, and this if I find out that you was trying to get with Conscious on a low while we just moved in together
Once
and we
again,
is trying to start a family, then yes,
here we go.
I must feel a type of way.
Oh, here we
And
go.
Conscious,
Hey, Conscious girl.
I promise
Hey,
you,
Conscious
I'm
girl.
gonna grab you by your
Conscious.
two-part wig.
Now, why Conscious got to be a threat?
Wait,
Because
yeah,
apparently
Just gotta be
my
a
man
threat,
want to
Conscious.
sit up and talk to you all day long in a side part, you part wig. So now I'm feeling some type of way.
here we go.
Oh my god.
Conscious. It's like every single time we dispel every single thing they say, they go right back to it. Girl.
I just want to say, if he get with Conscious, me and Conscious would be fighting, cause it'll be me and Conscious fighting over knockout.
Wait a damn.
I'm just playing. I'm playing. I'm just.
I'm
Playing.
about to say, because how you trying to take my okay?
I wouldn't even tell none of you hungry hippo assholes that is my man, because I already know that this is gonna be the damn zombie apocalypse.
That who's your man, Conscious?
It'll be a down low relationship.
That who is your man?
Huh?
That who is your man?
D-Rock said that if he found out that me and Knockout was together, that me and him would have to fight over Knockout. I said, because of hungry hoes like him in the world, that's exactly why I wouldn't even announce any damn relationship, because it's hungry assholes in the world.
Wait a minute now.
If you and Knockout, hold on. If you and Knockout was in a relationship, you wouldn't tell me?
Oh. Why would I?
You were the main person he wouldn't tell.
I don't.
And this is exactly the problem Black women have with the gay men community. Y'all have no sense of loyalty. You know, a girl will come out of a girl will tell another girl, "Oh, yeah, man, you used to DM me back in the day." Bitches will tell.
What we said. Now, hold on. Now, Chelsea, look at how you took me choosing to be discreet and private about relationship business that I don't owe to any damn body, and all of a sudden it becomes about some disloyalty or deception. You didn't ask me if me and Knockout would be in a hypothetical relationship and he be involved already with a woman. The hypothetical is he and I are together, and there's no announcement of that, and yet you go to projecting all of that into it.
But if you know me and Knockout used to flirt around, why is as a
Find
friend?
us, keep us, lose us, sweep us, baby.
And this is the shit I'm talking about. In the comments, all heterosexual women in the comments, be honest. How many heterosexual women have come to you?
Flirting in the contract?
This is what I'm talking about.
Chelsea, hold up, Chelsea, lace up. Because here's the thing. Reason being, with all of that being said, when things take a turn and things just to go south, aren't the heterosexual community the first ones that tell us not to expose people? Question mark.
I didn't say that Conscious needed to make a Christmas campaign about his relationship with Knockout. But if Conscious has a relationship with, and Conscious could call my fucking phone at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and you could tell me this, that, and the third, whether it was a flirtationship, whether it was a brief moment of compatibility or whatever, you should tell me, hey, this dude that y'all was flirting with or whatever, now we goes together real bad. Like, I think you should tell me that.
I agree.
Why do you mean why?
Not Chelsea. The reason being because the thing is that there's a witch hunt that happens to bisexual men.
No, not even that. But is anybody obligated to make any announcement about anything going on in their private life? Like, if you want to continue to flirt with Knockout, I mean, that is of no, I mean, like, that doesn't necessarily have to be an issue. Because if we were hypothetically together, he knows he's in a relationship. Ain't nothing gonna come of that flirting. And ultimately, you shouldn't be flirting with a man who ain't trying to give you no commitment anyway. So you should be already on about your business
But how do I know
women
he's not going to
the
give
same
me
way.
a commitment if he's already committed to you and you didn't tell me about that commitment?
But if you already been flirting with him for months on end and he ain't made no commitment, shouldn't that be inkling, winkling that?
But see, that's like the sign of a fuck nigga though, because like I think it would be my kind of like on me to let one of y'all know like, hey, I was talking to.
I was gonna say that.
You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like the man would have to have some kind of accountability in that situation. You know.
But not necessarily knock out. I might be comfortable with you flirting because some people are not bothered by flirting. Some people are not bothered by their partners flirting or having their partners be flirted with.
And that is something that I want to kind of highlight the difference of.
See, I'm just not insecure enough to give a fuck about none of that. I'm not threatened by nobody flirting with my man. I ain't threatened by him being bisexual, trisexual, trans attracted to squares and circles. That just ain't none of my business. I'm not concerned with people in that way. I know what I give, and I'm very sure and certain about my 100%, and it is 100%. So these are just things that just would not bother me personally. I'm just not pressed in that kind of a way. And niggas are way too disposable for me to ever even be that pressed on top of just not being organically pressed.
Well, I just feel as though amongst all heterosexual women, whether we do it with love or we do it with catty, if we cool with you or we work with you or we sit together at the bus stop at 6 a.m. waiting for the morning ride, we gonna let you know, oh, he used to try to talk to me, or we used to go together, or we dated once ago. We're going to let you know. And I just feel like that is the difference between our community.
Chelsea, then that means that you need to help to destroy homophobia.
What the
because
fuck is homophobia?
Because a woman telling another woman that her man is taken, if she didn't know already, is not the same as a man telling a woman who is desiring to be with a man that he's actually his man. Because of the issue of homophobia, there's a whole nother thing that happens to that man's reputation. There's a whole nother energy that comes. There's even more of a need for you as a woman to go and inform all other women that this nigga likes it in the ass or likes doing it in the ass with niggas, or all of the injurious shit that happens when men's sexuality becomes known, etc. So there's just too much bullshit that comes with just sharing that this man belongs to another man.
Oh, that's where I was coming from a more playful thing.
Oh no, yeah, I get the point.
But like always, you gotta go to your revelations. The raptures are coming.
And you know what? There's a part of me that get off on seeing you flirt with a man who belongs to me.
Ew, you weird.
Yeah.
I don't know why I just laughed at this comment in the comment section. Somebody said I flirted with a gay man and he said, "Oh no, I don't do fish." I don't know why I laughed so hard at that comment.
You don't even do jalopy? Okay, so let's talk about fish. Y'all don't like the term fish.
I personally I do attend a lot of kiki balls, and it's kind of like the N word, really, or it's kind of like the B word. I'll take that. Where if we doing femme realness, which is real femininity, real woman, whatever, what a natural born woman, whatever the fuck. I don't want to offend, but I really don't give a fuck to be sociably correct. You was born a lady and you stayed a lady. That's what I'm saying. But when we're doing femme realness and she's fish, and it's playful, it's fun. But there have been times where I'll be in a kiki scene or I'll be in a LGBT scene where there are those, and I'm just being real, primarily trans girls who use the word fish as a derogatory or as a way to put me down in their type of a space. And then it's like, also I can understand it from other points, because if you're not as a cisgender heterosexual woman, if you're not heavy in the LGBTQ scene and you're not up to date with certain things, the word fish is kind of looked at as being derogatory or hurtful, because it's kind of like you saying, oh, my pussy stink, or I'm dirty, or whatever the case may be. So if you're not up on game in the scene, the word fish can be taken as disrespect from certain cisgender heterosexual women.
One Love says, Chelsea, stop coming to our space.
Oh no, I do. I'm heavy. You can ask about me. Shout out to Big Red on Bigo. Shout out to Christopher Milan. I'm heavy in that space.
Not shout
Very,
out to
very for
Christopher
sure.
Milan.
And can't nobody get me out. I'm real good. I'm not in a house, but trust me, there's nowhere I can't go where I'm not comfortable. So no, I will not stop coming into your space.
Can somebody help me? Well, I don't know if somebody can help me. With
And
this,
wait,
'cause
hold
I
on a
don't-
second. Even that comment of stop coming into our space.
Well,
Me
so
personally,
One Love point, she says, you are just putting down trans women so we're even.
No, I was never putting down trans women. I said in the beginning when I joined the conversation, that I worked with LGBT and trans care for over 4 years in the Bronx at Montefiore Hospital. And so I never put down trans women. I'm honest about my experience with certain trans women, but no, I never put anyone down, because when I have trans friends, I don't introduce them as, oh, this is my trans homegirl, this is my homegirl, this is my sister. Yes, we're not delusional and we say I'm cis, she's trans. We're very open about that. However, I don't look at trans women. Well, let me rephrase that. I don't look at trans women that I'm friends with as excluding them. So just like I wouldn't exclude my trans women friends from going to a girls' night out or a lingerie party or a brunch or whatever with me, they're not going to exclude me from coming into their space, just like I wouldn't exclude them coming into mine. Because imagine how stupid I would look as a cisgender woman saying, oh, you can't come out to the girls' lingerie night because you're trans. So how does she look saying, oh, you can't come to a kiki ball with me because you're cis? Yeah.
One Love, you are more than welcome. Love to hit that. I'm about to drop the link for you, sis. You are more than welcome.
Didn't you just say you don't care if you offend anybody? That's your last statement. No, that's not what I said. I don't care if I offend anybody. I said I personally at that moment didn't feel the need to be what is it called, politically correct in labeling what a quote unquote natural born or bio born or cisgender born woman was. I was talking about the labeling of the differences between the woman. That's what I said, but I never said I didn't care about offending anybody. And I feel like I've made that clear. And we was all having a fun time, having a ball, and now I feel like it's about to get very serious.
You know what I think it is. You know what I think it is when people make in my community make the statement, "Stop coming to our spaces." Because I know I used to kind of feel that way. I used to be very hypersensitive about heterosexuals coming to our spaces because I think part of it is like heterosexuals already got the whole world, like the whole world is yours, and we have this small little community.
Anybody else carve out a little corner for themselves. Here come dominant society
Right.
trying to dominate.
Right, and so that's how it kind of used to feel to me. It's kind of like, well, dang, y'all got it now. Y'all trying to like y'all already like telling us we don't belong in this world, and then we carve out our own little space in the world. Now y'all coming into that world too. It's kind of like y'all just dominating, being nosy, like. And then this is what I wanted to ask: Can anybody does anybody understand the psychology?
Hold on. I just want to add to that. The dominant society do not get to be gatekeepers. The only people who get to be gatekeepers are minority persons because of what you just said, D-Rock. Like, when you already make up the majority, no, you do not get to gatekeep because whatever is amongst the majority belongs to everybody. But when you are a minority amongst the majority, that's the whole point of gatekeeping and having spaces for your particular nuance. And it's okay for the dominant society to be welcome and invited into those spaces, but oftentimes there needs to be gatekeeping because the dominant society wants to come in and dominate and disrespect and reorient those spaces as well. When minority people already don't get to shuck and jive the way that they need to and want to in the spaces that should be afforded to them and everybody else, to be exact. But go ahead into your situation, because then I want to get to Anya, Hershey's Kiss, and then One Love.
Right, and what you just said actually just goes into what I was gonna comment on, because remember I mentioned earlier about the girl who has the YouTube channel. And she was saying everything that Chelsea said. This girl was saying that, and she was just being very open, very very blunt, even offensive about just being very open about being insecure and being jealous of gay men. And she hates homosexuality, and she even made the comment. Speaking of fish, she was like, "So you gay men, y'all rather have shit than fish? I would rather have fish than shit." Making the comparison. But she sits there and watches gay porn. So what is the psychology? Can anyone tell me of you hate? Because she's not the only one. I've heard different women say that, like they hate the idea of gay men having sex with each other. But I can't stop watching it. Like what is behind that?
True for Rating said that she got a doodle infection inside of her because of something that came off of the penis of her bisexual ex. She got a whole
what?
Bacterial infection, which apparently came from feces that came off of her ex's penis, and because he was bisexual, she assumes, I guess, that feces that got in her through intercourse with her ex came from his involvement with men.
Y'all asking general questions about people who are weird. Like, I don't know. Just people who are weird. I don't know. I as a heterosexual cisgender woman, I personally don't understand why you would watch gay porn if you don't like gay people. I personally don't watch porn, but if I do, I preference it only towards ebony. I don't like watching Asian or white porn. Why? I don't know. People like what they like. I don't have anything against white or Asian people. However, I don't want to see them have sex. Homegirl talking about she got a UTI in her butthole from wiping back from wiping back to front instead of front to back. Again, that is a personal problem.
She did this to herself.
It sounds like
it could be possible because who knows?
That sounds like it because, like I said, I worked in LGBT trans care for over 4 years, and so for someone to get a fecal infection in their vagina from a bisexual man, that man would have had to quickly taken out his penis from someone's butt, ran across town, not wiped it, and then stuck it in your vagina. So that already, once it's exposed to air, once it's exposed to boxers,
she said my 70-year-old Jewish gynecologist diagnosed me with a bacterial infection, and he said it was from poop. He said it wasn't a dirt bacteria. He said it was from poop. I'm telling you, I had to be 24 then.
I briefly also taught sexual health for teenagers, especially cisgender heterosexual women. And I promise you, for you to have gotten a bacterial infection in your vagina, that the amount of shit. Can we move on to the trans girl who told me stop coming into community spaces? Because this shit is ridiculous. Anatomically, if shit got in your vagina, sweetheart, I'm sorry, you were not cleaning yourself properly. Ain't no way in hell dick transferred that much poop into your vagina in a once or even 2-time sexual encounter. Maybe he didn't like you. Maybe he did it on purpose and he just didn't like you. Conscious.
Yeah, because Amber Heard did take a big ass dump in Johnny Depp's bed out of revenge. It does happen.
No, it doesn't happen. I've never had that experience.
Maybe she was wiping back to front.
Shit, that's what I just said. You were wiping back to front.
Wiping back
yeah,
to
and
front.
I know Chelsea, I've heard of that.
Hold on. Truth already says no. I know a lot of men who are heterosexual and they have gay friends. They grew up with them. They're like brothers. Same with gay women. They're like sisters.
What is
I don't know
that?
what
I feel like she's trolling.
I think I'm not gonna lie. I think she a bit trolling because I've been
I
watching
think she's
her comments
trolling
too. I
at
did
this
not.
point. She's trolling.
I think so too because Chelsea made a good point because I was over there getting my chicken sandwiches. She made a good point talking about is good. My thing is if he did have sex, you do know, right, that men literally and women pee after they ejaculate, and then that clears out what's inside. And then on top of that, you mean to tell me you with a man that didn't wash?
Didn't
and my thing
bathe.
is, you didn't smell that, you didn't suck, you didn't
Like you don't even have to be with a bisexual or a homosexual man. If a heterosexual man does not wash his dick, you're gonna get BV. Women get BV for various reasons. If you had shit in your vagina, your anus is directly next.
Yeah, and I knew a woman who did that. She wiped.
Talking about like,
Well, just
hold on. But this is what I'm talking about, like with the witch hunting on bisexual men.
Right.
Like a lot of cis hetero men, honestly, are not that. A lot of them are not super tidy when it comes to like thorough hygiene. Could it not be that your man wiped his ass and then some of it got on his fingers, and because he didn't wash his hands necessarily after wiping his ass, you guys engaged in vaginal sex, and then he used that same hand to spread lube or spit or whatever he used his hand, or to just push that dick into you, and that's how you got an infection. It doesn't necessarily have to be that the man literally, to Chelsea's point, put his dick in another man's booty hole and then waited until he got, and then put that same penis inside of you whenever y'all finally decided to have sex, because to Chelsea's point, there would have had to have been an immediate transfer for that to happen. Or this was a very dirty ass nigga if he was sitting around with a shit stained dick for days until y'all had, I don't know how regular y'all sex life was, truthful rating, but it's just, it's a very extreme circumstance. It does feel like you're just not entertaining some other like more practical
thing, like your anus is right next to your vagina.
And because there already is
it could have been you.
And because there already is an issue with demonizing bisexual men, it just seems like it's just the easiest go-to assumption for you. But going to that assumption calls for this man to be extremely unkept, which I'm going to assume you seem like a very pretty woman. I'm assuming that you would not. Anyway, Anya, welcome to the platform, love. Your thoughts? Hey, boo.
Okay, so y'all said everything pretty much I was going to say about this woman, like, because I'm trying to figure out how did it have to even be another man that he had intercourse with, even if he was bisexual. How, he could have been with another woman. Like, let's not try to put the focus in, like, demonize people's choices, like, because that's what it feels like to me. So maybe that is a troll. But I'm late to the party. I came in on Chelsea. I was agreeing with what she was saying about, if I was dating or just flirting with someone and somebody else was flirting with them too or whatever, I would kind of want to know if it was like my homegirl, somebody in my circle, but anybody like that, I don't fuck with. I don't care about that or whatever, but I would want to know. But I had a situation like I find myself more attracted to feminine men, whether they are, gay or bisexual or just even, straight. I'm just attracted to feminine energy. And so I find that most of the men that, do possess that or whatever, they're usually like really not interested, like, what I'm saying? Like they pretty sure on, who they are and what they want or whatever the case may be. But I don't know what that's about, what I'm saying? Other than me just knowing that I'm attracted to feminine energy or whatever. But, yes.
Okay. Now, what's her name? Truthful rating. Now, you've been here this whole entire live, and you got that last statement, and you completely missed this whole show and the essence of what everything Conscious was talking about.
Yes.
Welcome. This is America. Hershey's Kiss TV. Welcome to the platform, love. Your thoughts?
Hello, everyone.
Hey, bud.
I'm kind of late to the party, but I came in on the part where we were talking about insecurities. And I don't mean to jump back too far,
No, it's okay to jump in at any point.
but when it comes to the word insecure, I think a whole lot of people are afraid to say that they are insecure, maybe because it sounds bad or whatever.
Absolutely.
Me personally, I could probably have sex with a bisexual man, but I don't think that I could date or be in a relationship with a bisexual man. And it's because of my insecurities. And I feel like there's nothing wrong with saying that you're insecure about something. My insecurities don't necessarily have to do with having poop in your vagina or whatever the hell. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with me feeling like I'm going to get cheated on. It's more so that I think that one day this guy is just going to wake up in the morning one day and be like, you know what? I thought this was the life for me, and it's not. And I think I'm going to go back to dating
Right.
guys. I don't think it has anything to do with me. I can't say other people's reasons, but with myself, I think that he would just wake up one day and be like, you know what? I thought I was bisexual, but I'm not. I am gay. And that, you know, who knows? Y'all might be a marriage and 2 kids in by the time he decides that. And the main reason I'm afraid of that is because I actually did that. So I was dating this woman and we were together for 2 years. We lived together for almost 2 years. And that was the time that I realized, yes, while sex with women is enjoyable, I don't think that I could be in a relationship with a woman. And I hurt her heart. And I ended up leaving this relationship because I realized I think I would rather be in a relationship with a man. Had nothing to do with, you know, impressing anybody. And I'm the black sheep of the family, you know, and had nothing to do with caring about what nobody thought. It was just, I just realized that I wanted to be with a man. So I guess that thought makes me insecure and makes me afraid that a bisexual man would do the same thing to me. And it is a double standard because, like you said earlier, as a woman, we get to get away with doing that, but men don't.
I just wanna really applaud you for being 100% honest and coming onto this platform when I was windmilling for our people and just really saying that. I also can't let you get off because you a fucked up person for doing that. But I'm very happy that you was honest about it. Because Conscious was acting like I was all types of retarded.
I was trying to have your back, Chelsea. Give me some credit. I was trying to have your back.
Okay.
I
You was trying to have my back, but then you tried to get my man on the side. I ain't like that.
Wait, but the thing is,
I have Chelsea's back always.
I just want y'all to keep in mind that while D-Rock might be a part of the LGBT community, he also is the Candace Owens of the LGBT community.
Oh, please.
The thing about Conscious, he always gonna throw you under the bus.
But I also want to say this as well, is that I completely understand all of those things. But however, like I'm the reason why I get confused because it's like when it comes to bisexual men in particular, it's like this fear or that which creates the insecurity. But however, men have done it throughout time with women, other women.
We can compete with women. I cannot compete with a penis. Reckless, why you act like you don't know? You don't see that.
No, but the thing is that you talking about competing. It's nothing to compete with. If he don't want
Here's
to,
the thing that she just said. If you go to her vagina, I could do something with my vagina. I could wax it. I could put piercings on it. I could put stores. I can get you back to my vagina if you only like vagina. If you like vagina and dick, that adds another.
You can put a strap on boo.
It's not.
Do you know how much a strap on? This is another reason why I can never be a lesbian because I cannot afford it. It costs $159 for a strap on. Nobody is paying all that. Niggas don't even want to pay $2.99 for a condom.
Chelsea, I'm surprised that you talking about affordability when you know damn well that you can get an Instagram sponsorship for an old nasty porcelain dildo to stick up in your man's pussy.
I can, but it's too much equipment to be hooking on, and then you got the harness and shit.
Okay, but look, Chelsea.
Chelsea's name can be the 15% discount code on a porcelain dildo made specifically for heterosexual women and heterosexual men's rectum. Go ahead, knock out.
There's a
let
huge difference
me ask
between a
this.
penis and a vagina. Y'all know that. There's a huge difference.
Chelsea, if
Okay, go ahead.
If we're okay, so like in our sex life, if we say, okay, like of course, like I got the pipe or whatever, but I'm just saying,
walking in the background.
A1 pipe game. I'm talking about fire pipe game, but still, it's like if I want to like bring out toys for you, is that a problem? I'm not saying for me.
No, another thing. I'm heterosexual, but I'm also self-centered. So if you want to do some things to me and just spice it up, I love it. I encourage it. I feel as though if you want to play with my asshole, we have to be married. We have to be married for a certain amount of time. Don't just jump off. Don't just jump. You know the crazy thing is, Conscious, on my website, I do have, it's called Wet for Her. I do have a coupon code. This is how I know how much them dildos and shit be costing, because even with my coupon code, 15% off $159 just to fuck.
See how the universe already got you set up?
No, you see how Passions to Profit already got me set up, honey. You know.
Booty hole placement confirmed.
But listen.
Can we collaborate?
See, I got a question for you, Knockout. Are you ready for all the anal play that Chelsea wants to do with you after y'all go
No. Come on. I said if my man if my husband in 15 years says, babe, like I want to start doing some anal thing as a wife, as a submissive woman, I'm going to do that for my husband after 15 years of
Well, let me ask you
marriage.
this question, Chelsea. Are you also open to giving your husband a rim job?
That's a yes.
After 25, 27 years, yeah.
So basically, when she on
Y'all might not even live that long.
What you mean? My parents been married for 30 years. So
we're in 2022. The world be trying to end fast as hell. So I mean,
I hope it does fucking end by the time this nigga asks me. I do hope it fucking ends.
Terrible.
I'm actually kind of impressed. I love the fact that Chelsea has a legacy chart already planned out when she gonna do ass eating, when she gonna do dildoing. Like she got this shit chronologically mapped out for the guys.
Because you can confirm this with Reckless, honey. I feed into the patriarchy. I'm all about submissive. My man. So
girl, we know, girl. We know.
Whatever my man wants to do, bitch, I will support it and love it.
After 15 to 25 years, though.
You better go
after we do that 15 build together, yeah. Because I know you ain't gonna wake up like homegirl and tell me you want to make
sure that you remember what you said, Saint Samuel. So hey, that gave me everything I needed to know.
Not Saint Samuel. Okay. I'm weak as hell.
Speaking of Chelsea, one love. Welcome to the platform, honey. Is you there? Can you hear me?
Hey,
boo. Welcome to the platform. Now I know that you was calling Chelsea out on her homophobia and transphobia. Go ahead, honey.
Was I?
Hey, whoa, watch how you talk to my girl, though.
Okay, first of all, I would love to sit on your panel, but you have to drop him before I'm not sharing platform with him. Thank you. Can you drop Knockout? So and then I'll leave, and then when he comes back.
Wait, hold on a second. Why can't you share a platform with Knockout?
Because the Knockout is gonna be antagonistic.
Hold on, no. Let me do this. Conscious, hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm well.
Can you put him down, please? Thanks.
A Knockout.
Bye.
Love. Can you hear me?
I'm on mute. I'm not even.
Can you drop him?
Work.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna drop.
Can we have some background history as to what?
I'm gonna do one. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna do one entirely better than just that.
Perfect.
We all going to drop.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Hey guys. Hey everyone in the chat. Hey Chelsea. I don't think she's transphobic. And I don't think she's homophobic with her bi views. But I just think she's a little bit ignorant, which it's fine. We're all human. We all have ignorance in our systems. About the whole why did you call me up here again? Sorry. You said, the space. You said that when you come to the LGBT space, mainly trans girls target you and call you fish, right? That's what you said?
I said when it comes to saying the word fish in a derogatory manner, majority of the time it is coming from trans women.
Right.
But I've also said if you are in the Kiki scene and you're a part of when it's given to me in jest, it's kind of like if somebody called you a bitch versus somebody called you bitch. Like know the difference of how they're saying it. And in my experience, round one.
Okay.
In my experience,
y'all is such a hater.
When it is given in a derogatory or a nasty way, it does primarily come from trans women.
Okay, first of all, everyone in the comment section, I'm not here to fight with this beautiful woman. So y'all need to stop. This is a conversation with two women. I know you guys don't see trans women as women, but we are. So let me say this. You see how when you come to the LGBT space, how you feel threatened because they call you fish? That's the same way trans women feel when they come into cis heterosexual space. When people know that we're trans, we're targeted. So you kind of have that idea of, oh my God, I'm targeting because they're calling me fish. They do the same thing in the heterosexual community. So I get it. I don't use the word fish because that's a Benji ghetto kind of girl, trans girls. Yes, gay man and trans girl use that word frequently. The Benji ones, the ones who knows, okay, that
Are you saying
word,
like Banji girls?
yeah, like the hood girls.
Okay.
Right. So you are 100% right on that. I don't use that terminology. Just like, oh, I don't want the terminology to use as you're tranny or you're a man or you're born a man or anything to do with man filiation, or if you date a man, he's gay. Like those words are very triggering to trans women, and cis women use it a lot. When it comes to bisexual people, I do agree. People should have their choice who they want to date. But when they come off insensitive and saying ignorant things, that is problematic. So I'm not going to beat you up on your decision on bisexual men or the word fish, because I don't use the word fish, but I get called fish all the time. And that's a compliment, but I guess cis women don't like that word because of what straight men use it against you guys. Say your pussy smells stink, which only people would know your vagina smells stink is if they're going there. So it's either bisexual men, right? Or heterosexual men or lesbians. Those are the three communities that actually frequent vagina. Yes?
Okay.
So if you're sharing space with someone, no one can smell your vagina unless you're on your period, and that does smell fishy. We can agree on that. Yes, period smell, period blood, everything from that mixed up with the pee smell like fish. So I do understand your triggers when the word fish are used. I get it. But again, you can't generalize a trans woman and say we don't understand your plight, because you don't understand our plight. The reason why I was going off in the comment section, because the first thing that you said was, I don't care if I offend anybody, but people who were born women, first of all, you cannot be born a woman. You could be born either a female, a male, or intersex. And you should know that because you're very smart. Woman is a social construct. So when you use those terminology, you're actually firing shots at trans women because we are actually women.
I think from listening to your explanation, I feel as though maybe you came in on the tail end of the conversation. Have you been here the entire live?
I've been here when you guys were talking about bisexual men. I haven't been here since you guys talking
The
about the
entire
Santana.
live.
No.
So I feel as though the jest is being lost in translation, and so it's coming across as disrespectful. Just to clarify, I didn't say, oh, I don't care if I don't offend somebody.
Right.
Me, during that whole conversation of bisexuality and a man and things like that, it was done in jest against Conscious, and then I was involved, and I was busy.
Listen,
Hold on a second. I was busy, and so because I wanted to speedily get my point across, I said, and I said I don't feel like being politically correct at this moment.
Okay.
So I just said natural born women, bio women, cisgender women, whatever you want to call, because I'm not ignorant. I know that some people don't know what cisgender. They think cis is just like, oh, my sister.
They don't
They
want
don't
to
know what
know.
cis. They
They
don't know
don't
what
want to
cis.
know.
But listen, some people are not educated. I wasn't as compassionate to trans women until my friends transitioned, until I started going out of my comfort zone and going into certain communities and certain functions with other trans women. So it's not that they don't want to know. Some people don't want to know, but some
Right.
people are just, they have not been granted the privilege of being educated. So sometimes I do use layman terminology that can be offensive to some communities, but it is a general way of speaking so that everyone can understand. Some people don't know what cisgender women is. Some people don't know what bio woman is. Some people don't know what natural born woman is. So I gave all of the examples across the board so that no one misunderstood what I was saying when it comes to a cisgender heterosexual woman having anal sex. That is what we were talking about. And part of that was in jest. And I felt the type of way when you said stop coming into our communities.
Right, but this is what I was saying. If you're gonna say that, right, and say people are not educated about the trans community and or the LGBT community, then when you come to our space and we use lingo like fish or read or all these other lingo that cis Black women stole, right, and colonized from us, right? When you come in, yes. When you come into our space and you hear these words, right? These people are not educated to say, okay, cis woman or bio woman don't like the word fish because they're not educated, because they don't share heterosexual space, because the Black men that you're defending, the straight ones, they're the one that's targeting us. So we don't get privileged to sit with you guys and say, oh, this is what you don't like, because we don't. When we come into heterosexual spaces, most of the times Black cis women and Black men attack trans women. So it's the same thing on same ends, where in the LGBT community, you don't like the word fish, but guess what? In the heterosexual cis community, we don't like to be called men. We don't like to be called trannies. We don't like to be called others. So
okay, here's the difference. One, I never said I did not like being called fish. Like I said, I go to the Kiki Balls. I do the femme realness. I do the vogues and everything, drop kick.
But you
all
made
of
it seem like
so
you were
here,
offended.
no, I
You
didn't
made
make
it
it
seem
seem.
that
No,
way,
this is
yes.
where I'm talking about. You kind of got confused with me joking and
Okay.
taking it as it is. I never said I was offended by the word fish. I said that when we're doing it in jest, I know I'm fish. I know I am. Like, you can't take that from me. However, there are times where I'm in a space or I'm in a community where there are trans women who don't know me personally and don't know how I rock, and kind of like what you said, will sometimes feel like I'm trying to colonize their space when I'm just trying to enjoy and give back and give back. And sometimes when I don't, you know how some people will say, oh, white people get invited to the cookout, they got a black card. There are times where I'm in a Kiki Ball space and there are trans women and I don't got my trans girl card. I don't got my home girl connected to me at the hip. She went to the bathroom to go change, whatever the case may be. And I'm in a space where the word fish is being used against me in a derogatory manner to try to say I do not belong in this space. However, I never said that it offended me, and that's stupid. Like I said, to come into somebody's community, that's like a white person coming to a Black cookout and saying, oh, I don't like it when people use the word nigga. Well, you came here, so the word is going to be used because this is how we communicate in our community. However, Dana, you are key. Dana is funny. But however, when I go into to Kiki Ball scenes and things like that, and they use the word fish, I'm not offended. However, I'm very cognitive thinking where the way you're using it towards me, whether you're being funny, whether you're being a friendship type of way, you're trying to get a joke or whatever, and when you're being flat out, you're being fucking mean.
Right. Totally.
And so when you're using the words tranny and man, I think that using the word fish and tranny and man are two different things, because fish is a more of a slang.
Yeah, but you have to understand, whatever triggers you doesn't triggers me, right? So therefore I can't justify what triggers you and what doesn't triggers you. What you have to do is say, hey, I don't like the word fish, just like what T.S. Madison said, hey, I'm not going to use that word anymore. A lot of trans women actually say, hey, I'm not going to use that word. Again, the word just used in the ballroom scene or Benji trans girls or girls who just don't want to get rid of that word. And that's on them because they're going to walk around looking ignorant when cis women are going to invade the space. Cis women are going to be around because gay men drag you guys along to the gay community and basically put you guys in that space. And you guys literally sound, look, dress, everything like trans women now. So I get it.
No, we don't.
I get it, girl.
I don't, and this is something
I'm
I
not
also
saying
touched
you.
on.
I'm not saying you,
No,
beautiful.
I'm
I'm
saying
just
all
saying that.
women don't do
I'm
that.
just saying some cis women are copying a little
How
bit.
do you dress like a trans woman when we both shop from the same section? It's not you go into a section and there's plus size, petite,
I'm just saying.
regular,
We're
and then
not gonna
there's
be
feminine,
delusional.
and then there's
But
no,
I'm gonna drop.
no. Let's
Listen,
not be
hold on, hold on,
delusional.
hold
You
on.
never walked into a
Hold on, hold on,
Bloomingdale's
hold
and
on,
saw
hold
a
on.
trans
Hold
section.
on, hold on.
Wait a minute,
Hold on, hold on. Let me drop because this guy's on the panel, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay, I just want to finish my point. When y'all say, and this is something that goes back to the whole point of the live with the Saucy Santana, oh, we are the influence. Y'all can never influence Black women because we all shopping at the same beauty supply store for the lashes, for the wigs, for the outfits, for the. So you can't say that cisgender women are dressing like trans women because there's not a trans store that y'all shop from. There's not a trans section in a shopping mall or whatever. You buying the same clothes that we're buying. You're buying the same makeup and lashes that we're buying. You're buying the same. We buy it from the same place. So when you say things like we're copying you, okay, the lingo, go ahead, you have it. You a lot of gay men's lingo come from interpreting different languages and different cultures and mixing them together, whatever. But if you want to have the lingo, fine, we took the lingo from you. But when it comes to looks, when it comes to appearances, we shop at the same place. So you can't say, it's not like we walk to a trans girl store to dress like trans girls. Trans girls are more open with their bodies sexually. So yeah, y'all got a lot of like cuter ways of putting things together, primarily because when you guys are doing kiki balls, you have to put on for categories. So yes, you have to be a little bit more creative when you're doing outfits. But as for Black women trying
The
to dress like
vested
you,
witch. Hold on. Let me say something. First of all, I'm back. I know I ain't been on in a while. I've been working, but I also been taking time to meditate and not so angry all the time. I just want positive energy, so I had to take some time to myself to get myself together. I calmed down a little bit with the cussing and going on.
Amen. I'm happy to hear that, Monica.
Yeah, so I'm just taking time. I just took some time. I'm getting better.
Self-care, evolving, and maturing. Go ahead, Miss Monica.
Anyway, the vested witch. I'm on a.
Hold on for 1 minute, Miss Monica. Lady T, you got some feedback going in the background.
Hey, Conscious, can I speak to your what you just commented or the one that you have highlighted?
Yeah. Real quick, before Miss Monica sounds off. Well,
no, go ahead, Miss Monica. I'll do it after. I'm sorry.
I would love for you and One Love to work it out. I'm sure that One Love will have to basically receive reparations in order to even sit down with you and talk. But I'm down for paying for them reparations for y'all to a respectful middle ground.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't want to. Every time they come on the panel, like it's got to be this. You know what I mean? Like go ahead, Monica. I'm sorry.
First of all, the vested witch. You mean trans women? We're not trans men, honey. A trans man is a woman transitioning to be a man. They call that FTM, female to male. So get your acronym right. That's all I got to say.
And she did say, I mean trans woman.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. First of all, I'm just coming on, so I don't really know where to sound off at. You know, because I'm just
So
coming off
we
of
talked about the witch hunt against bisexual black men. We talked about how cis hetero black women can also reinforce homophobia and
No, see, here's the thing. We need to stop black women. Like I said before, black women are not the problem. Black men are the problem. You know, they are the most of the problem, and we are taking the focus off of them. It's not black women's fault. Black women have been our number one supporters, so it's not black women's fault. You know, so
I want to give more context.
I want to say something when I get a chance.
stop, and it gets it can here. Let me talk. It get irritating.
I want to help you out before you even go down an unnecessary rabbit hole. This particular conversation was the catalyst for this particular conversation was the Saucy Santana remarks that he made at a gay pride performance, where he said to his crowd that gay men are the blueprint and that women need us for their makeup and their glam, and that we pretty much, you know, we are the foundation to the shit. Black women sounded off and disagreed with those statements. One of those women was Claudia Jordan of Fox Soul, who's had a lot to say about the fact that she appreciates LGBT allyship, and while we can definitely have ownership over remixing it, but women, biological women, actually have set the foundation for femininity and beauty, and the gay community took it and upgraded it, but are not necessarily the blueprint for it. Funky Dineva then followed up behind her and then spoke about the fact that Black women, while they have acted as allies to the community, are also not without fault, because they also participate in oppressing the LGBT community in various ways. One Love herself has been on this panel. She's a fellow trans woman and have spoke about her experiences of Black women's homophobia. Other same gender loving men have been on this panel before you got here, because this is now a 3.5-hour long panel, who also shared their experiences, including my own, of Black women, whether it be our mothers, whether it be our aunties, whether it be our classmates, whether it be our so-called good Judies, who have had one foot in accepting the community and one foot out on not accepting the community, because the same good
because
I want to set this up for you so you can really speak to it. So this particular conversation is not about Black men. We do enough of the Black men's conversation. This particular conversation is to address specifically the way that our cis hetero female counterparts participate in homophobia, because Black women, Black cis hetero women, are not without fault in this issue of reinforcing patriarchy, which they did not author, but they do reinforce it in many ways. And this conversation is about that. And then about Black men, it's about Black women tonight.
Okay, I understand what you're talking about. Yeah, some of these bipolar ass Black women, you know, yeah, they be one foot in when you piss them off. Yeah, they be saying homophobic and transphobic shit. I get that. You know, I mean, I don't care for them women either. You know, like I said, I don't care for them. I don't care for them women either. You know, so I get what you know.
But why does everything have to be homophobic? Why can't we just
because the black community has a record of being homophobic as shit.
Yes.
You know.
Thank you.
So here's my thing. Wait a minute, can I ask a question? Can you be ignorant and not homophobic?
I already said in this conversation.
No, I think it both.
Hold on. I already said in this conversation that it doesn't matter what the context is for it. At the end of the day, it's homophobia, which is pretty much anything that fundamentally injures the community, whether it's your religious beliefs, whether it's your ignorances, or whether it's your prejudices described or disguised as preference, because a lot of folk like to disguise their prejudice as a preference. That's not a preference. Matter of fact, before you even continue,
Are you referring that to me, Con?
I'm about to refer it to Knockout. I mean, not to Knockout, to Reckless. Oh, Reckless, you gave a great dissertation on the difference. Can you once again inform us on the preference and prejudice situation?
Oh God, it's
very.
Hold on, everybody, close your mouth, open up your ears.
Chelsea about to have a fit. This shit is hilarious. Okay, so basically, like he was saying, and like I said earlier, a lot of times people use the word preference as a way to, I call it like a dress up, like a bow tie. They dress up their prejudice and discrimination. Because the thing is that a preference is I prefer this, but however, it's not a deal breaker if I don't get that. I think a lot of times too, people have the idea that a preference is it must be that, and if it's not that, I'm not. There's no room for anything else. So with me, I would say, okay, I prefer, okay. So the language is different. So this is the better language to use. I prefer to be with a heterosexual man. But however, if I find a man and he just happens to be bisexual and we fall in love, I have no issue with that. But that's not the language that gets used. Is the language is that if the man is bisexual, I'm not dating him, even despite not even knowing if he's a cheater or not, even despite not knowing if the person has been tested, not even knowing if the person has even look, speaking of it, this girl here, and not even knowing if the person take care of their kids or not. Like, it's no other factor, because the thing about it, once you find out that man is bisexual, oh no, but not knowing, and then however be the main ones talking about we have no good men. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Well, in the black community, you don't really have no good men. So
Can I say something really quick?
That's not
I
true.
think that
Who's speaking?
I think this is Hershey Kiss TV.
Oh, hey, Hershey. Okay.
I think that a lot of times us as Black women, we contradict ourselves because we're stuck between the feminine, like being pro-feminine, even for the LGBT community or whatever, versus pleasing traditional society. So a whole lot of times Black women do go back and forth.
who gives a damn about traditional societies? Who cares
Because
about
when we get done, and I'm not necessarily saying it's right, but when we get done, being allies or supporting or being proud of the LGBT community or celebrating pride and things like that, we still got to go back to the jungle with our husband and this traditional society. And I feel like a whole lot of Black women are kind of wishy-washy with the way that they go about talking about certain things, or the way that they go about supporting and doing certain things, because we're stuck in the middle of a whole lot of stuff. Now, when it comes to that whole Santana situation, I feel like he did not word what he needed to say properly, because let's just be real, between the City Girls and Santana, they ain't the best vocabulary users. Let's just be real. So he probably just didn't word it the way he needed to word it. But how many gay men who do hair and makeup and all of that, they do it, that their clientele is 5-star, almost like housewives and popular women and stuff like that, and they get underpaid just because. How many of these guys do you know? Like Beyonce and Drake both put out some house music, and people are just like celebrating this music. And it's like, just like Black people claim hip hop, we know where it comes from. I saw somebody on Facebook say, "Oh yes, that's right, Beyonce, release your job. I'm finna release my job." Release your job is Big Frida. Who don't know this? So it's like, how can we complain as Black people about culture? What do you call it when they take your culture and sell it? What's it called, y'all?
culture vulture?
Appropriation.
Culture appropriation. How can Black people have our cultures appropriated, and then when you see that the LGBT communities cultures are appropriated, all of a sudden we turn a blind eye and you can't see? So I just feel like his words were, he just probably didn't word it right, or maybe he was in the moment and very passionate about it. I agree.
Okay.
A whole lot of things are stolen from the community. There are straight black men who are homophobic and use gay lingo in their vocabulary. That's just how bad it is.
And that is what Saucy was really saying. Like it was just a game of semantics, but the culture right now, the trends, the fashions, the lingo, the charisma of it all, a lot. Yeah, like queer people are running this shit on. Period.
Are we still gonna be honest, Conscious? Can we still be honest?
Yes.
Well, speaking of honesty, Miss Monica, the reason why we got to talk about black women's homophobia is because these are the same women who didn't want women like you in their space when it came to the bathroom situation.
Like I said,
No.
whatever bathroom I went to, I am 22 years old. So I mean,
oh, wait a minute. If you want to know if black women have transphobia, all we got to do is talk about the bathroom situation again, honey. So once again,
Get rid of the windmill.
how can I? Okay. Oh, you know what? Just go
Cause you getting on my nerves. Wait, take this down.
Been getting on my nerves my whole life, Chelsea. Get into it, honey.
Hold on now. Now, come on. You know why you gonna put me in the bottom corner where nobody can see me?
Well,
I don't like that.
It's all over, like when people.
I told you I'm an Aquarius. I'm heterosexual and I'm self-centered. Why would I be in the bottom corner where nobody can see me?
Sound like my wife.
Okay.
So what's your objection, Chelsea?
Okay. I feel like you just tried to gaslight them out of this chat by saying, but gaslighting Monica, Miss Monica. Okay, by saying, oh, these are the same women. You fucking know these is not the same women. You know the women from Alpharetta, the white women from Alpharetta, Georgia, who also don't want black women in the same motherfucking bathroom, who wanted segregation, colored water fountain, are the same
calm
women.
down.
Are the same women who did not want our trans sisters using the bathroom. So to generalize that black women, I don't want you know what? We gonna keep it real. We gonna keep it. How many hours are we in?
3.5.
We're in 3 hours. I'm so confident that the replay is nobody's gonna watch this shit all the way to the 3rd hour. So I'm gonna be all the way real with you.
They do.
Well, you know what? I was real with you guys when it talks about the insecurity with bisexual men. So I'm gonna be real with you when it comes to the insecurity with trans women in bathroom spaces. No one has a problem with Laverne Cox or Shauna Brooks or Angie Ross coming into our bathroom. It is. And it's fucked up to say, but I'm being honest with you. It is the less
Caitlyn Jenner.
Not even a Caitlyn.
No, she want to say that it's the non-passing trans women.
Yes.
Just get it
yes. And I'm being real with you. However,
the ones that look like Holiday Heart.
Yes, those are the ones. Those are the ones that people are afraid to see in the bathroom.
My issue with that, Chelsea, is that hold on, y'all. But my issue with that is that there are
But it's women who look like Holiday Hearts. You know?
My issue with that is that there are cis hetero women who look like Holiday Hearts.
And I don't want them ugly bitches around me either.
Hold up.
So what's up? So we can put that to pretty privilege. Let's take all the dictionary labels out of Reckless's book. Fine. Pretty privileged bitches didn't want the ugly trans girls in the bathroom with us. We wanted only the cute trans girls that go to shows and stuff like that. That's what we wanted in the bathroom with us.
She's trying to find every way to not make this homophobic or transphobic.
It's not, because here's the thing. You know how some people are racist, but some people are bigots? I feel as though the verbiage has not matured enough to say, hey, this person is not homophobic, but they're stereotypical. That's what it is. To be honest, you know how someone, I think it was it midnight? Where somebody said, oh, everybody wants a gay best friend. I have a lot of gay friends. However, they're not those. They just niggas that fuck niggas. That's why I use the word MSM so heavily, because they just niggas that fuck niggas. They don't do no hair. They don't do no makeup. But those are primarily the gay men that I'm around. And primarily the reason why so many women want the gay best friend is because they want the stereotypical black man. They want the fun, the sitcom black man. And it's okay. It's not okay, but it's human to admit that someone is not being homophobic because they prefer a stereotype. So when you Conscious, I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Girl, I'm gonna wear you out. You better finish her to get to your period.
I don't have my period for another 8 days, honey. So I'm going to get there as soon as I want to. So Conscious, when you are gaslighting this conversation by saying, oh, these are the women that did not want you in the bathroom. Oh, fuck, honey, I'm throwing the table over. But these are not the women. No, primarily, it's human nature. We go off by looks. There are beautiful trans women that we look at as women and be like, God damn, that's a bad bitch. And those are the ones we wanted in the bathroom with us. Unfortunately, there are those holiday hearts that financially may not be able to achieve that, or they're new in their transition or whatsoever have you, or maybe they're not trying to transition into a Shauna Brooks. Maybe they're fine with. What's up? What's
And
up?
a lot of women feel threatened by beautiful
Can I
trans.
say something?
Chelsea,
What's up?
do you not understand how incredibly shallow it is?
Yes, I'm being human.
Wait. How incredibly shallow it is to use beauty as a marker for who should take a shit on marble.
Yeah. Oh fuck.
Oh my God! Truthful rating, just oh girl, you've been working on my nerves in your head real.
Conscious, can I say something, please?
Wait, what the fuck?
Yes, a lady T. Please do.
Oh God, I have so many things. I will say that the more that I have conversations, as much as it hurts, I'm not going to say that I'm transphobic because it's hard for me to say that, but I do have some things that have to be mastered. I have to dig deeper, you know. I don't have an issue with trans women being in the bathroom with me outside of this one issue. The and this could happen regardless of whether or not they're using our bathrooms or not, and that's a man coming in dressed up and trying something, you know what I mean? And that has nothing to do with any kind of laws. I don't see why anybody would want somebody to constantly, every time they have to take a piss, humiliate themselves, bring themselves to a place that probably sickens them every single time they have to use the bathroom, every time they have to, you know. I remember asking my friend, like, you know, what bathroom do you go to, you know? And he said, and I'm not misgendering, he said, it depends, you know what I mean? But they don't
she said.
Yes, and I'm not misgendering because there's trans men. He said that he didn't really care to be in the men's bathroom, so I guess takes advantage of
I don't know what it would be. The fact that maybe then you would look like a aggressive lesbian. Is aggressive derogatory?
No, it's not.
Okay.
No.
I'm saying it correctly. An aggressive lesbian, and then just use the female bathroom, right? So for me, the thing that I'm realizing is that I struggle so long with trying to understand the root of where they're coming from, meaning I can't say what it's like to be a woman because I'm just a being. So when I hear, and this is like my only point of contention, so when I hear, I always felt as if I was a woman. I'm like, how the hell does that feel? You know what I'm saying? I'm born, a female, so that's where I've been having the issue. And it took me a long time to kind of realize that I have some transphobic ways or thought process.
You know what? Let me say something. I give you the benefit of the doubt. Women are not known to. They known to be real traditional. A lot of black women don't do the booty dipping. They don't do a lot of stuff. So I get that. As far as a white woman be all in types of kinky shit. She in the anal and all that. Black women ain't in the anal. They ain't in none of that stuff. They kind of traditional. So I understand where you coming from. I understand that.
I just wanted to say something about Lady T when she said that she doesn't understand when trans women say they feel like a woman. You have to understand that women, there's noise in the background. I'm not sure who's doing that, but you have to understand that woman is a social construct, right? So, Lady Red, when you hear trans women and cis women also say, I feel like a woman, there's a song that says, I feel like a woman from, I think, Shania Twain, I'm not sure. But yeah, feel like a woman is a social construct, right? And the difference with what a lot of female does, they mix up the word female and woman. So when trans women and some cis women say, I feel like a woman, they're talking about the social construct of femininity, of embracing makeup, fashion, hair, looks, all these things that makes up the idea of what a woman is, right? So when someone said they feel like a woman, it's not that they're saying they feel like a biological female, because female is a sex that you were born with.
Right.
So,
And one love. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me not cut you.
No, go ahead.
And I get that. I'm talking about in terms of the fact that I'm very, like, in terms of my spirituality.
Right.
As far as femininity and masculinity are concerned, I know that they're both housed in us. So I can understand, okay, so you lend yourself more to your femininity, right?
But you're attaching femininity to womanhood, and that's womanhood is totally different.
To help me understand something. So that's why I went to it.
Okay.
Femininity is for anybody.
Huh?
Anybody. It's for anybody, man, woman.
Right, and that's how come I get confused because a lot of times the argument is never made. I've never heard the argument of I exhibit more femininity and I like to wear women's clothes, because the thing about, I like to wear I don't want to say females clothes because females clothes. I said that correct.
Right.
I like to wear female clothes. The clothing part and the makeup part and the hair part doesn't ever really get discussed. It's always about this feeling of femininity, and there's also masculinity that dwells in both of us, and not all women wear feminine clothes. So that's when I I don't know if I would necessarily say
okay. The thing is, because you're surrounding yourself with a lot of cis people, and
not at all. The majority of my people are LGBT.
Okay, so the way that you're speaking and I'm interpreting your language is very heteronorm and very cis hetero patriarch. That's the way you sound, right? So for instance, if you strip off all your stuff, right? If you strip off all your clothes, right? And someone searched you, right? Are they gonna find masculinity and femininity on your body?
No.
Right. So you have to understand, only thing that they're gonna find on your body when they strip you naked is that you're a female. Yes?
Correct.
Right. Would they say you are a woman because you have female parts?
Yes.
Right. So because of social construct, that's why you attach femininity, female, and woman to the
Got
same
it.
construct,
Understood.
right? So what the LGBT people are trying to do is deconstruct that whole thoughts, right? We're saying just because you have a penis, you can still be a man. You can still wear man clothes and you can still identify as a man, right? But in the straight community, that they are fighting against that. Not all, but most straight people are fighting against that ideology. So that's where you're coming in with the thoughts of being a heterosexual cis woman, right? Because if you strip me naked as a trans woman, depends on if I had surgery or not. If I say I have surgery, they can't tell if I'm a biological female until they do uh uh, probably like a
No, I
autopsy
Chelsea, I don't know
or
what you're shaking.
You know what? This remind me of the time I went to the airport.
wait, let
I
me
went to the
just
airport.
land. Let me just land what I'm saying. So what I'm
Sorry.
saying is, as a trans woman, right? Because trans women have penises and some of them have vaginas, right? So when you strip a trans woman naked, this is why trans women cannot be in man jail, right? Because if they go in the man jail, their body is going to look different if they have surgery. If they don't have surgery, they're going to look similar to males. And this is what Chelsea was saying, that she's more comfortable with trans women who looks like women, right? So now we're in a day and age where we're dealing with non-binary people who don't want to do medically transition, right? So when you both are talking, you guys are talking from a heterosexual cis person point of view, where this is what we like in the heterosexual community. We want trans women to look like women. We want you to appear this way. But in our community, we're saying we don't want to be that way. We want to be how we feel, right? So that's why you get pushed back on Chelsea's part of being about passing and your part about feeling like a woman. Yes, you can feel like a woman because it's a social construct. And we know that social construct is something that was made up. Just like if you're wearing that red wig, you feel like a hot, fiery fox. Just like when you see girls with blonde hair, they say, oh my God, I'm blonde. I want to feel like the blonde girls do crazy things. So those are feeling and feelings. So we don't push back on these things. The only thing that we push back on is being trans. Like, come on now.
But this
trans
is
like I said, it was the time I was. Let me say this. It was
Okay.
the time I was at the airport, right?
Mhm.
And I went under the metal detector, and I ain't had nothing on me, but they still sent something. I passed as female, so I'm like, what am I getting searched for? Someone off. That something was my penis, my dick. That's what made the metal detector go off.
What's in your penis?
Nothing.
The balls are still.
Oh wow.
I don't know.
So I have a question. I'm a woman and a female, correct? Am I saying that right?
Right.
Who plays around with, I guess you would call androgyny. I didn't have words for it. I like to shave my head bald.
Right.
I like to wear cargo pants sometimes and a sweat shirt and
Damn,
pants.
I like wearing cargo pants.
And then there's times when I like to wear a wig, a weave, my own natural hair. I like to play with all different types of looks. So
Same.
I'm trying to understand what is happening. What happened? Oh gosh.
Just say, girl. We know your heart.
No, I really don't even know how to word it. What is the missing piece, or what's the difference? That's a better way. What's the difference then?
The difference, I feel like you're just living in a patriarch world where you feel like you have to comply of cis heteronorm ways of living because you feel guilty of showing up in man clothing or shaving your head because you don't want to attract the opposite sex who is supposed to be a straight man. So you're doing all these things to accommodate patriarchy. You're doing all these things to say, listen, I'm still a woman, but no. if you want to express yourself however you feel like expressing yourself, you should have that right. But because you live in a cishet norm world, that's why earlier when I was saying that you speak very cishet norm, you're basically doing what you're taught as a little human being, that this is who you are and this is how you have to show up whether you like it or not. So
You
that's why you
worded it.
feel it guilty.
You worded it so perfect. And that's what I was saying earlier. Like, it's like, if I want a man and I want my boy and my girl, preferably twins, so I'll only have to be pregnant once. If I want this family and my picket fence and all that, if that's what I desire in my heart, men like this, that, and that. So I'm going to have to walk and talk and act like this,
Right.
that, and that, so that I can get those things. And that is why Black women are stuck. We're stuck between the right thing and the traditional thing.
Chelsea about to have a heart attack.
No, maybe
Black women.
Maybe I missed maybe you all took it somewhere else. I'm not struggling.
Okay, sorry.
Struggling with anything. I like to dress different
Both.
ways because
Right.
yeah, like I just like to look a certain way. If I like to look like Cynthia Erivo sometimes. Sometimes I like to look like Mary J. Blige. It depends on the day. It depends on where I'm going. I'm the type of boy that if I'm wearing leather, I have to have a Jack Daniels. If I'm wearing something a little softer, I have to have a wine glass because the pictures and the glass that I'm drinking out of has to go together. Like everything's like optics. So
what does it have to do with your gender?
What I'm saying is a lot of times when we have this conversation is about this internal thing that's going on. But internally, I just feel like we're souls. So I don't understand what it is, what people are saying, because it seems like people are just more interested in the optics and as far as the way that they want to look, inclusive of their bodies, they are transitioning to whatever gender they're interested in transitioning to. You understand?
I think the difference is, I understand what you're asking. I think the difference is deeper for the transgender. I mean, it's more deeper. It's like there's a kind of like, see, you like to kind of play around with dressing in masculine clothes and feminine clothes, kind of androgynous, like you said, jumping back and forth. But I think with transsexuals or transgenders, it's more deeper on a soul level. It's kind of like they feel like I was born in the wrong body. I'm not supposed to be in this.
And that's what I've been trying to get at. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to get at. Like, but I'm never gonna understand that experience. So I don't know if because I have such a hard time making that connection. And I know within myself when I'm having these conversations, I know I'm having that trouble making the connection. And a lot of times I feel like people that I think are doing their best to be respectful and accepting get labeled transphobic when they're just ignorant about when they're trying to reconcile what they've been taught. Because I mean, a lot of stuff that we've been taught is incorrect, but there's a lot of things clearly that we've been taught that is not right. I don't want to get into right and wrong, but more often than not is correct. So,
but you have to understand your privilege as well as a woman in our society, where you can play with your gender identity and your sexuality. As what Conscious was saying earlier in the tape-in, is that women in this society can express their femininity or masculinity or their sexuality, right? Where a person who is assigned birth male walks around with a dress, they're going to chastise that person. They're going to bully that person. So that's why there's demonstration where trans women has to fight for liberation to express themselves, or a non-binary person. So when you say you can't understand, you can't understand because of your privilege as a biological female. And in our society, women like yourself can express however masculine or feminine you want to be.
One love, I would like to challenge your comment, and also because I wanted to agree with what you guys said earlier. I think that, if I'm not mistaken, the gays design like 99% of our fashion. So whether or not we are aware of it, we are wearing, clothes inspired by that community. That's the first thing I wanted to say. And also for One Love, I think that being born female, the thing that we haven't spoken on here yet is, even with different perspective that I so respect, and that's why I was listening this entire time. As me being a woman, I have 3 children. I have this need to be close to my children. I had this whole sensation like when you go through the breastfeeding process. So that changes your whole psyche, even as that whole feminine essence. I don't have what Chelsea say as the pretty girl privilege, but it doesn't make me any less a female or a woman, or, and that's a different energy that I show up with in spaces as a girl, quote unquote. And so when you're saying it's a feeling, it is a process for some of us, because I actually became like, I am considered very androgynous, but my ability to give life and to become a mom made me a different type of woman. So that's another, aspect of, and that's the most important aspect of who we are as a community, because without that, we're about to be extinct.
Sorry,
So
I never. What did I say?
About the feeling of just, when you're just feeling like a woman.
No.
So no,
That's not
and
what
I
I
was
said.
speaking to the point of homophobia, because for me, it's trying to understand, how does that feel compared to how do I feel? That's all.
I still don't understand. Okay, so were you talking about feeling like a woman and homophobia? How does that match?
When you were speaking to basically,
Lady T?
I don't want, labeling most of cis women as, like,
I didn't
or
say most cis women are
I'm
also.
sorry, I shouldn't have said most. What I meant to say is, when you were labeling the woman's experience as a feeling.
No. She never said that. She just basically said that when trans women say they feel like a woman, right? And I said that there are trans women that say they feel like a woman and cis women that says they feel like a woman. And Shania Twain made a song saying, I feel like a woman, because woman is a social construct. And because right, that song. And because most of us are ignorant and just fully transphobic, everything a trans person say, you're going to get triggered because I'm trans. So what I'm trying to say to you is that because you attach woman to your vagina and to your fallopian tube, when you hear someone who does not have those equipments, your transphobia shows up. So what I'm trying to say to you, just because someone said I feel like a woman, is not that they're saying they feel like a biological female. Those are two different statements. That's what I'm trying to say. So don't miss my words or twist it up.
Once again, I was trying to explain that when some biological females show up in your space, we show up as moms and women who are attached to children,
What
not
space are you talking about?
understanding anything else outside of what, like, when I remember Conscious did a piano before, and he does like this whole thing that we're in love with the hair and the makeup. And a lot of, well, I personally, I'm not going to speak for anyone else, I don't do that. So I don't relate. And it's a higher level of femininity as far as I'm concerned.
But that's
So
your privilege.
No, I think that's your
You can
privilege.
walk
That's what I'm
around.
getting
I
to.
don't. You have way more
Wait.
privilege than me, honey.
What I'm saying is, it's a privilege to be able to embrace that. And so
Right. I'm not
just to
arguing
have it by
against that. All I
default is
said was
something
Lady
to
T.
consider. You're not letting me actually. I'm actually
Okay.
agreeing with you, and
Oh,
like,
sorry.
yeah.
I thought
So to actually have that
triggered.
naturally by default, it was like you take it for granted and you don't understand what it is. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And so it's like, to listen to this conversation, I'm learning a lot.
Okay.
And so I'm giving you something else to consider. Like,
okay.
a lot of us actually don't show up in this space. I'm very curious. I'm very interested. I'm fascinated. I'm impressed. I'm like, I'm wanting to learn. And so, but like when he said that that was the topic of conversation, that someone came for, like, giving respect where it's due, I believe in that. So I
Right.
was just saying, like, when I show up, I'm showing up as like a breastfeeding, titty sagging, dark skinned, African looking woman,
Okay.
and I actually am bisexual by past history, but it's like I show up with an open mind in all aspects of the word, not
Okay.
really understanding how did, like, when you guys explain the difference between like the feminine energy and the masculine energy, and the social construct. And I'm also going to school, learning up. I'm doing human service, and it's a lot to take in. So I'm
Okay.
also adding, because I'm not hearing certain things.
Well, all I was trying to say is when it comes to people who say they feel like a woman, because I've heard a lot of cis people in the Black community, they will say you can't, oh, you feel like a woman. Like, oh, you feel like a no, woman is a social construct. The words that make up the word woman, that's what they feel like. Just like when you put on a blonde hair, you want to feel like Marilyn Monroe. Okay, I'm going down. So you guys have a good
One
night.
love.
Oh my
I'm
God,
not
bro.
sitting with this
Yeah.
guy. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I
One
can't.
love.
Nope. Nope.
One
Come
love.
on, come on, let's get it together.
But one
What's
love,
wrong?
Conscious is way more feminine than me. That's why I'm like, I understand what that means. And it actually makes a lot of sense to me. And sometimes I feel pressure to show up because y'all so fly, you know? So it's just like, wow. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
learning.
that's nice. So, One Love just dropped off. I just want to clear Conscious real quick, because usually it's me and Reckless in the tussle, but it seems like Conscious got down off his soapbox and he want to roll around in the mud with me, and that's fine. So, Miss Nico, you made a comment in the beginning of your statement, and you said that like 80% of the fashion industry is made up of gay men, and I made a face. And Conscious thought that was my homophobia face. What that was that ain't true face. When you guys say that gay men run the fashion industry, what you guys, a lot of people don't understand is that these fashion houses is not everything. It's not the 90s or the 80s where one person is creating something and then that gets brought out into the world. I know plenty of girls who work for Calvin Klein, who work for Dolce & Gabbana, who work for Christian Louboutin, who work at the Real, and there is a team of designers that are all heterosexual, homosexual, trans people who create and design these pieces. And though their name, and though their name, I don't want it all, but when y'all say these things, first of all, wait, let me finish, Conscious. Wait, here's my thing.
Rita's name on the feature list for Break My
Here
Soul.
is my thing. But here's the thing. When you guys say that a lot of gay designers run the fashion, okay.
Understand.
Okay. When y'all say that a lot of gay people run the fashion industry, what you're being used to, I hate you, and I hope the clicks on your
And the
part
entertainment industry as well.
Jesus Christ.
Here's my question to you. Hold on, wait. Hold on. Chelsea, why can't you accept that it's simply not just the dominant society who is bringing things to the table? Queer people.
Because when you say things like,
because you know that I can run the stats. Queer people.
Run them! I love a stat! Run a stat!
Sit right there.
No, I gotta go.
No, don't go.
Can I? No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
You know what? You know what? I feel as though.
Conscious, can I say something in defense? Because it's burning me up inside as somebody who is into the arts and into, when I say into fashion, I ain't talking about I could buy everything I want. I'm just talking about interested in it. Mm-hmm. It's insulting. Like, I feel like as women, it's like people are just being so freaking like just disgusting, like as if we don't have the Coco Chanels and the Carolina Herreras and the Rachel Roys and like
Kate Spade, Tory Burch.
Wait,
and it's the hold on. Y'all are so deaf-toned.
Wait, no, I'm not deaf.
It's almost offensive. It's almost
no, you know why it's offensive? Because I don't.
It's not. Hold on. If women can have the audacity to feel silenced, to feel uncredited, to feel unacknowledged, then how much fucking more do Black queer people, in lieu of all of their contributions to civil rights, to fashion, to music, to spirituality, to the culture, absolutely suffer in that way, in probably even in a more grotesque way, because
absolutely. But the thing about it is where I was going with that, Conscious, was to say, and I don't exclude you all out of the conversation.
But every time somebody says, but this is what I want y'all to understand. Every time y'all say but,
it's not okay. So then yet,
every time that queer people go to assert themselves, to acknowledge themselves, because nobody else going to tell the real history. Nobody else going to tell the whole truth. They're going to tell their truth. Dominant society going to tell their truth, and nobody else. Hold on, wait. Because I was just on Storm and Rose platform having this whole conversation. What, 2 weeks ago? Anytime queer people go to talk about their experience, go to give themselves credit, because nobody else is going to. I didn't say hold on, wait. See, just let me.
Okay.
Every time queer people go to either credit themselves or appropriately and accordingly, or go to talk their experiences, here comes the dominant society, whether it's women or men, who got to come and assert themselves as if being a part of the dominant society doesn't speak for its damn self. Like you just said, the Coco Chanels, the et cetera, the Marie Claire, the Maybelline.
I didn't get to finish my sentiment.
It's a given when it comes to
right. But this is the thing. It is you can credit yourself.
Your domination can't even be submit. Your domination can't even subdue itself right now, like, because that's how eager the dominant society is. Like, that can't even allow nobody else to have credit.
That's not true, because that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying credit yourself without discrediting somebody else. Period. That's all that I'm saying. I don't think that is fair. Like, you want to credit yourself all day long. You don't have to do it without.
We try to, but then when we do, to snuff it out all day long. Here to talk about how we did it all day long. No, how we brought it to we do. We sit in our own spaces, talk our own shit, be at our own prides, where we are welcome, where we are celebrated, where we are hired, and even when we're in our own spaces. I don't want to be called fish. And why is Saucy Santana talking like that? You know what? He's talking to a gay crowd. He's not talking to the dominant society. But where did the dominant society got their dominant asses at? All up in the nooks and crevices of these minority people's spaces, talking the fuck out of them, challenging everything that they fucking say. Once again,
policing their language,
trying to narcissistically soak up and take up all the motherfucking space. Just leave queer people the fuck alone. Leave them alone. Queer people have brought it all to the fucking table, just like everybody else, and all queer people want is their slice of the pie. And them doing so don't take away from what everybody else has also contributed. But the problem is this society is acting like it has forgotten and has intentionally written queer people out of the history books, out of the goddamn religion, out of the mainstream spaces, when queer people are, to Saucy Santana's point, we are doing all the fucking administration work. When you go to the church house, who takes up the majority of the space? The fucking pastor and the first lady, as if the contributions of the musical minister, the usher boys, all them units and two-spirited people who acting as the infrastructure of that entire system go unaccounted for, go unrewarded, go unhonored, and people are sick of it. All queer people are just saying is what nobody else will for them. We're simply standing up for ourselves. Is that going to be said perfectly? No, it doesn't have to. But the Saucy Santana situation is a prime example of how the dominant society cannot ever mind a motherfucking business. Saucy Santana is in a gay space talking to gay people where the dominant class does not have to have their dominant asses at. There's plenty of heterosexual shit for for heterosexuals to go and do instead of bombarding themselves into queer people spaces doing the fucking most, as if y'all ain't already doing the most everywhere else y'all go. Heterosexuality has colonized the fucking world. We be talking about the white man. Let's talk about the heterosexual man and woman. Gonna colonize the shit out of the history books. Colonize the shit out of the goddamn curriculum. Taking up, once again, all of the space.
Yep.
Y'all don't want queer people to have shit. Nothing. No claim to nothing. No right to nothing. God forbid a gay man contribute. We gotta talk about all the women who contributed. All the damn men who contributed. Like, what?
Because the statement excludes people as opposed to just promoting. That's where my issue is.
It can never be excluded. Y'all are as is. Y'all
I didn't say the society, I said the statement.
Y'all shit is plastered across the history. Yeah, the shit is plastered across the award ceremonies. It's plastered. It's in the history. It's literally in the curriculum. When we go to study in school American history, it's majority white history. It's only for 1 month black history, and it's no queer at all. And yet, dominant society, relatively speaking, because we understand that heterosexual black is a minority too, but relatively speaking, they are the dominant society. And once again, like, it is a fight for space, but like, we just gotta do better at like let each other rock. Like, let each other rock. Let each other fucking rock. Like, if you know you are a minority person and you see other minority people big upping themselves, like, let motherfuckers rock. Like, we all in the same fight at the end of the day.
Yep.
We in the same fucking fight at the end of the day. You are in standardized, you have a standardized education from 1st grade to 12th grade to graduation. And once again, you learn all about heterosexual mayonnaise, contribution, discovery, conquest, etc. For 1 month each fucking year, you get to read about heterosexual black contribution to the system. Who created peanut butter? Who created the hot boom?
Cotton gin.
Yeah. Who created fucking jelly and fucking toenail clippers and shit? Okay, 1 month. 1 month. And then where is the single section, particularly for black LGBT folk who been up in this shit? Nowhere to be fucking found. And then our own people have the nerve to come into our spaces and try to soak up space there too. Stay the fuck out of it or root us on.
And that's the thing. I felt as if I was trying to root you all on. And I don't, and I'll say I identified, because sexuality is fluid, as different things throughout my life. When I was like, 16, 17, I was bisexual, supposedly. You know what I'm saying? Then now I feel like I'm identifying as heterosexual because I'm not really interested in no cuckoo right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't see it really for myself in the future too much. You know, but I don't really think about it like that. I'm not thinking about, so I'm like, well, considering I'm not thinking about vagina and I don't actively try to pursue it, you know, I began to identify as heterosexual. You want to still consider me bisexual because I ate a coochie at 16? What can I say? I don't know. You know what I mean? But I always looked at it as we were very, as far as Black females and Black gay men, I always thought we stood side by side. So that's what I thought.
Well, I don't know how long you've been here, but the experience.
Oh no, I'll tell you, I came early and then I went and watched Omarion and Mario, and then I came back. So if you're talking about here on in the live, yeah.
It's been a very weird experience, even with Black female allyship. It's been a very dualistic experience. Most of us had homophobic mothers, had homophobic females. The women in our lives as queer people were just as adamant about us busting hell wide open and being abnormal and dragging us into church and using religion to condemn us and weaponizing religion to disguise their homophobia or their transphobia, etc. Black women have participated in this shit too. As I was saying earlier, lots of times when you had a good Judy, she was the same good Judy who had her ass front row in church, amen, in the goddamn pastor when he was shouting all that bullshit from the pulpit, while also coming home and going to the club with you and sipping wine with you, but also holding this belief that you are on the wrong side of sexuality, that you are on the wrong side of righteousness, that you are on the wrong side of morality, but I'm grown and I'm gonna let you rock. But yes, I also agree with the toxic ass church that you on the wrong side of what's natural and what God created. So there was always this very like Twilight Zone
cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, this cognitive dissonance, this Twilight Zone ass experience that we were experiencing even when it came to so-called Black female allyship. It always seemed a little underhanded, fake. It seemed like Black women had one foot into accepting the community a lot of times, and they had one foot out of accepting the damn community. Also, largely, the shit runs really deep. And as I said earlier in the commentary, we really had to big up the Black cis hetero female community, largely because in contrast to what Black cis hetero men were offering, it made Black women look like the heroes of all heroes. But if you separate toxic, stupid ass, patriarchal Black men's community from the conversation and just deal exactly with the relationship and the dynamic between Black gay men and Black cis hetero women, like Funky Dineva and Al Reynolds was saying to Claudia, if you isolate that without using toxic Black men to leverage cis hetero Black women, then we're able to finally get into the imperfections and the ways that also Black women participate in toxic masculinity and participate in patriarchy and weaponize that shit against LGBT folk as well.
Let me tell you how deep this has gotten, boo.
Said in the chat. Oh, I'm sorry.
You can go ahead, Mom.
Okay, thank you. Number one, I don't mind because it's 2:00 in the morning and I get too honest around these witching hours. But to give you a little bit of context, number one, well, first off, before I say give you context, there's straight men who have done that as well, as far as they've had a gay experience, but they identify as straight. And it's fun. And I thought the whole purpose of this conversation was to accept what people identify as, regardless of what you think they should be identifying as, because you don't know their internal experience. Is that not what happened? Or am I missing the point? Or is it only for or is that context and that social construct only for people in the LGBT community? Or are we talking about social constructs? Are we talking about how we identify? Are we talking about, what's happening internally? Because what's happening internally is, for me, is that I was molested by a woman. Okay. Experienced it voluntarily or consensually when I was a teenager. Realized it's not something I'm truly interested in, because I don't look at women. I can see a woman as attractive, but I don't desire to be with them sexually. Coming to that conclusion, and then now identifying as a straight woman because somebody needs a label, somebody needs to know something. So that's what I give you guys, so I'm not, so a lot of this is not coming from a space of just being completely detached. It's coming from my actual life experiences. When I say I thought we stood side by side, I thought we stood side by side for me, because it's been my experience throughout life. I've always had gay people at my side. My prom date was a gay man.
But this is the thing, Lady
That's
T. Most of society has, because that's all that's at the bottom. It's Black LGBT. So wherever the majority, whoever that is, whether it's Black women, white men, white women, like where else y'all gonna land but on top of the people at the bottom? I mean, it's no way. I mean, y'all, nobody has any choice but to default to us. I mean, because that's all that's left. I mean, that's all who's not at the table is all of these other weird freaks of nature who.
Oh, Conscious, I don't mean to cut you off, but I need to curse somebody the fuck out. Let me tell you something. Don't you ever come at me with that. It's giving Black friends. But don't fucking come at me like that. I don't have not one gay Black friend. I told you guys from a while back, I started taking dance classes at 4 years old. And I don't mean to fucking stereotype or anything like that. I cannot help it that those same people that I started out learning first and second position when we got to our fucking adolescent years decided to start experiencing their sexuality with different beings, and a good majority of them outside of one boy that is not what I meant to say, but as we started to get older, came out as gay men. And I continued my friendship with them, including going out, hanging out. The majority of the people that I hang out with are gay. And then I do have quite a few female friends that everyone varies. I don't have like just a specific set. It's not just 1 or 2, 3 or 4 Black gay friends of both genders and all different. And I have trans friends to the point where we're so cool. I done seen they fucking transition pussy. Okay, leave me all the way out that fucking conversation, Raggedy.
So here's the thing. I used to be a part of one of my social media associates invited me to do a panel with one of his good Judies who wanted to have an open conversation about sexuality and homosexuality, etc. And she wanted to have a panel full of gay men. She's a cis hetero woman and she has children. And this particular YouTube associate of mine, he is the godfather to her children. When we begin to get into the discussion about sexuality and homophobia in the Black community and blah, 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 that eventually led her to a omission of, y'all got me thinking, because, like I'm surrounded by gay men and I have a lot of gay friends. And, even the person here who had brought y'all here to the panel, this is like one of my best friends, and he's also the godfather to my children. But she said, if I have to be honest, even with like, I love everybody. I want everybody to love everybody. I want people to be able to marry who they want to be able to marry. I want folk to be able to have sex with who they want to have sex with. I feel like it should not be a thing for people to have to be hurt or harmed or have to fight for respect simply because of who their love or who their horniness is oriented to. But if I have to be honest, I still don't want my own children to be gay. As affirming as I am, when it comes to other gay people, as much as I allow gay men and gay women into my space, I can have them as godfathers. It's just like there's no discrimination nowhere. But when it comes to my children, I would not want my son or my son to be gay. And I told and the reason why because it's layers to homophobia. When y'all think of homophobia, y'all think of the explicit, like overt homophobia. But like all hate, it exists in variation and degrees, from subtle to damn near nonverbal hate to what you all see when you think about homophobia, transphobia, sexism, etc. But I told her, I said, because this is how deep the social programming runs. It runs so deep that you can be out here thinking that you all gay parade and you fine and it's all love, etc. But then it comes down to homophobia when it's absolutely not close to home, but when it's in your home. And what you are wrestling with is the subconscious idea that queer people are, in fact, on the wrong side of nature and are on the wrong side of morality. And if you can control it, you will. If you can stop your child from personifying or manifesting as a queer person, you would. That's the only thing that would be at the bottom of why your whole politic would change if it were your children, because that close to home situation brings you right up and close to whatever your actual real beliefs and prejudices really are. You get to disguise and distract yourself and run away from them things in every other capacity. But because it's your child and that child acts as a direct mirror to what your true values and your true worldview actually is, you cannot hide anymore from what you've been hiding and running away from when it came to your gay best friend and your gay goddaddy and your gay college mates and your gay cousin who you love so much. That shit manifesting right in your household brings it right to your front desk, whatever it really is in you. And so this thing takes unpacking, and what the dominant class has to understand is that you've been conditioned from the time that you could comprehend to be transphobic and homophobic. You've heard this shit every day your whole life. And you saw every person that you looked up to reinforce the same rhetoric and philosophy, whether it be your mother who you were taking cues from, your grandmother who you were taking cues from, the pastor who you were taking cues from, the friends and peers you respected in your environment. Everybody was on code with transphobia and homophobia. And that shit was reinforced over and over and over and over again. So, of course, you cannot make no assumptions that you are completely free and void of transphobia or homophobia. Just like we tell to mayonnaise folk, I'm sorry, boo, as much as you can be on your all lives matter shit and I don't see no color shit, the truth is, bitch, you live in a racist reality in a system that's designed for your whiteness. Therefore, you always have to go the extra mile to be introspective in yourself and to search for the conditioning of racism that's going to be present simply by design. By design, it's a racism you ain't never had to ask for. It's a sense of privilege and entitlement that ain't necessarily have to be taught to you because you live in a system that validated and reinforced your entitlement over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. So literally what we have as far as I'm concerned, when I think about homophobia, racism, sexism, etc., to me, all these things are just societal narcissism. This is why it's so hard to talk to any dominant class of people as a minority person. This is why, as Black people, it's
let me tell you,
our plight heard by our mayonnaise counterparts because they suffer from a social narcissism. This is why it's hard for Black women to get their plight heard by cis hetero Black men because cis hetero Black men suffer from a social narcissism. Everybody has privilege, relatively speaking, in proximity to each other. Everybody has variations of this privilege, etc. But this is the stuff that, like, and this way it has to become spiritual at. Like, for instance, I'm aware that I'm a gay man. So on one hand, I have an oppressive intersection. On the other end, because I'm a black man, I have a privilege over black women in the black community. So my privilege is relative, but my privilege don't exist as it relates to my mayonnaise male counterparts. It does exist when it comes to my black female counterparts, but it's null and void when it comes to mayonnaise white women or mayonnaise white, or I'm saying mayonnaise and white, but mayonnaise white men, mayonnaise white women. So even as a black man, even as a gay black man, I'm still a black man. And that's why when it comes to black women's community, I have to make sure that I go the extra mile to listen to black women when they're talking about what they feel, when they talk about the way they experience patriarchy. And then I have to use that to inform myself, because I'm a man who has been conditioned as well, despite being queer. But being queer and also having an aspect of my own identity that's oppressed by that same patriarchal system does not make me blind, or I allow it to convince me that my privilege doesn't still show up even when it's not intentional. So, and that's all that I be expecting even from black women in conversations like this. Yes, you have oppressive intersections all over the place, but you also have privileges as it relates to black queer people as well. And we all, when listening to people who we have a little bit more than, are speaking to us about their plight, irregardless of the way we are oppressed and our own oppressive intersections, just have to be mindful that in this context and in this instance, I do have privilege and I need to listen. I need to listen to the plight of black trans women when they're speaking their pain and speaking their trauma. I need to listen to black queer people, even as a black woman who is oppressed by patriarchy, because in this particular context, in this particular nuance, I do have a privilege. And that privilege can be injurious if I'm not aware of the way my privilege shows up in the face of black queer people. And that's a job that we literally, that's something we all have to do, because privilege is relative. Yes, there are hierarchies to this privilege shit, but we all have it in one way or another. So when we have these conversations, I don't need black women in the chat trying to deflect from accountability by saying, no, we've always been. That's a deflection. Listen, just listen. Listen. Queer people are telling you their experience. Listen.
Let me tell you my experience, Conscious. Recently, I went to a heterosexual man channel, and I.
Hold on, there you go. You are a victim, but because of privilege, you also can be an oppressor, and that's for all of us. So nobody is above needing to listen, and nobody is without fault, including black women are not without fault. Black queer men are not without fault, because black gay men can also body misogyny, can also body transphobia, can also be homophobic. Like none of us, irregardless of being minorities and being minorities within minorities within minorities within the minorities, leave any of us without fault. And the only way that we're going to get to a better place is by all of us taking accountability for the way we injure each other, because we're all doing it.
Oh, shit.
Nico, I'm sorry, boo. Go ahead.
Let me tell you what just happened that was so hurtful for me recently. I thought I was bridging the gap, like I said earlier. I always show up into all spaces as a mom, like that mother energy. And I don't know how close to feminine that, that's a whole nother conversation. But I came to, I dilly and dally out of everywhere because, I was trying to figure out my own channel. And I found someone that was really like, I wanted to pander to this person. I saved my money. I was going to donate a towel garden to their situation. And then I guess these YouTube streets are small. They always see that I bless, like I feel comfortable here. I really feel comfortable here. And I got like this whole, I don't want to hear about the gay people. And I sat in the back chat for like 20 minutes. And this is somebody I supported heavily where I was about to send my son to them. And this is, Black men. And I realized in a moment, like, wow, the whole code and the way the system works is so deep that you will be, I guess, blackballed, and it's so sad because they are also associated with women who represent, I guess, our community. And I guess that's why One Love speaks on the patriarchy and how we think as women as in the cis community so much, because it was like, wow, I didn't even get a chance to even explain why I was there. I was assumed to be there representing something other than what I was wanting to say. And it got misconstrued to the point where people are so emotionally unintelligent and immature that I didn't even get a chance to pander and bridge a gap. And it was just sad because it just shot up months of work that I put in that I thought I was going to present personally.
And you know what that goes to show, Nico? That goes to show that the patriarchy, the patriarchal system that we live in, and the religious system that we live in is still very much alive. I even deal with it on my job to this day. Both I get it both from men and women, and I never even came out, to people on my job, but they just suspected that I was gay, and I faced so much abuse, harassment. I had people literally going through my backpack, my personal belongings, trying to dig up stuff on me. I had so much gossip, so much slandering going on. People in other cities across cities, was talking about me, and I didn't bother nobody, barely even talk. And I had women making homophobic remarks and jokes just as much as the men were. And then I would overhear these same women say, "Oh yeah, girl, my nephew." When the Dwayne Wade situation happened, they were talking about the gay issue. And I'm overhearing women saying, "Oh yeah, that's that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I got a nephew like that. He can't come around me like that." So when you say Black women have always been allies, some of them have, but that's not across the board. And
No,
still, like they
I'm
can.
not saying the majority. I wasn't saying the majority. The same way that it was the majority of gay men were on the front lines of civil rights. There were many. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not talking about everybody. Like, we was all out there. No, but
all those married men were gay, and it's so hurtful because it's like, we're here now, so why deny this?
Yes, I lost my thought. Sorry. I was going to say some of my most homophobic, transphobic. I was never really been homophobic. Some of my most transphobic thoughts and opinions, and actually, honestly, my transphobia, it started with a conversation with a gay Black man. When I was about 12 years old, no, older than that, maybe like 14, 15 years old, a gay Black man told me that they thought that trans people were mentally ill. This came from a gay man. Then older, I had to be like 37 or no, older, 39. A gay Black man in his 50s said that he thought that being transgender was a mental health issue.
So the mayonnaise people put that in their books.
Wait. My trans male friend said to me, that's the first time I ever heard the words gay agenda came out of a trans man's mouth. I've heard there's so many things that have happened in society that gets perpetuated also by the LGBT community. And when you are trying to understand, and when you've always been open to try to understand what is surrounding you and seeing what people are feeling, and it's coming from them, then it becomes a whole nother topic. It wasn't until I came on YouTube and to platforms, some of the platforms on YouTube, to where a lot of that stuff started to get deconstructed in my mind. And you could look at me like maybe like the Matrix. Remember when they would have to start getting programmed and he went to go do the jump series and he did not make the jump the first time, you know, and he went to go hit the ground. And they was like, what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. We don't get that. When we try to make the jump into trying to understand something and we hit the ground, it's like as if you all want us to stay there, but we're not trying to combat it because of necessarily we disagree. We're trying to find the point, the meeting of the mind, so that way I could, you know, I'll speak for myself, that way I could make the necessary changes, because I don't want to be transphobic. And to speak to what Conscious said before in regards to having a baby, I don't have a baby, but I am now caring for my great niece, and I look at her as a blank slate. I'm not saying they and them and all that other stuff. I'll call her. I don't know what to do. You know, she's a baby. I'll call her, you know, until she starts to identify. I don't know what she's going to be. And when I started to come to the fact, the realization that there was some sort of transphobic ideologies happening, was I knew that I would be comfortable if she were a trans man. But then I said, well, what if she were born a male and then came to me and said that she's I'm saying she because, you know, she's not identifying as a he. Then that's when I realized there's something there. And I immediately went back to that conversation I had with my best friend when they said that. And and also, like, it was a gay man who said to me that they didn't believe in bisexuality. A lot of my concepts and my thought processes that are fucked up have actually come from the LGBT community itself. That was the last thought. I'm sorry.
Did you say that a lot of the concepts that you have been taught?
No, not reinforced, I should say, not taught.
I just said that last line again, like completely.
A lot of the things that I have been reinforced in regards to these phobias have come from the LGBT community itself. Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning, I just went over the fact that, you know, we're living with these constructs, we're growing up with these constructs. You're sitting there, you're trying to gain understanding, just like a panel, you know, you're trying to gain understanding, you're trying to hear people out, you're asking questions, and the conversation builds. And it gets to the point where I have had gay males tell me, two different gay males at two different periods in history in my life tell me that they believe that trans was a mental health issue. I had a trans male tell me that they believed in the gay agenda, and that's that whole bit.
That's exactly why I said everything that I said prior, that everybody has gotten fucked up in this thing. And you have misogynistic gay men, you have homophobic gay men, you have transphobic gay men, you have it all, because we're all sitting up underneath all of this fucking confusion and domination. And we've all been indoctrinated, and those privileges exist on all levels, even at the very bottom. You have gay men ouncing out or snuffing out trans women because that was their way to get the respect and the safety from the dominant society by saying, hey, you may not agree with homosexuality, but at least I'm not that. At least I'm not trans. At least I'm not her. That's actual confusion. You even have a trans man in this comment section who is a whole trans man, but literally will say that he believes that bisexuals are straight up confused, and that's damn near a mental health issue. Because that's how fucked up in this thing people is. So this is why we all have to have our foot on each other's fucking neck. And each community has to do its share of confronting the bullshit and calling each other out. We need women to call out women. We need men to call out men. We need LGBT folk to call out LGBT folk. We need to call out each other because everybody done got fucked over and fucked up in this thing. It's nuts. It's Nuttyville. It's Nuttyville. And ultimately, none of us would be in this fucking position if it wasn't for the manifestation of the worst type of people to ever hit the fucking earth. We already know who those folk are, honey.
That.
They are the Miracle Whip people. They're the Wonder Bread people. And, man, the confusion and the prejudices and the ignorances, they run hella deep, and it's hella bizarre. Hella bizarre. But we've been here for 4 motherfucking hours, almost 5, and it's 3:18 a.m. where the fuck I am. And I don't even know where we are in this conversation anymore. But what I will say is that there needs to be a part 2. And I don't want Black women to think that the thing about me is that I'm gonna call everybody out. And that's why people like Saucy Santana get called out on this platform when he in the fucking wrong. I just had to drag Saucy Santana. Just last week for Blue Ivy and shit. Always dragging Christopher Milan for his like over here. Nobody is without confrontation, but I don't want conversation because I know that Black women have been so victimized that it's very hard sometimes for Black women to hear any constructive criticism about themselves because they are so unnecessarily and superficially criticized that even being criticized is almost traumatic now for Black women, for Black women's community, because almost can't even make the distinction between what's constructive and what's just witch hunting against the Black women's community. So I do understand why there's a natural defensiveness when it comes to Black women, and there needing to be conversations around accountability, because I understand what has happened and what has been happening to Black women to create that defensive posture. But in this space, any conversations that we're having around each other, whether that's the LGBT community, whether that's the trans community, whether that's the cis hetero Black woman's community or the cis hetero Black men's community, is always going to be from a constructive place. And yes, there is a real conversation, to Funky Dineva and Al Reynolds' point, that needs to be had between the Black female community, the Black cis hetero female community, and the Black men's community, because Black women, unfortunately, obviously, they've been indoctrinated by patriarchy too. So of course they're going to be reinforcers of it. Of course they're also going to carry out patriarchal ideas and Eurocentric ideas and oppressive behaviors, etc. That's it's a trickle down effect. So, this is the spirit of that conversation. So that's all I can say as a disclaimer.
That was beautiful.
Black women are still the bomb.motherfucking.com. Patriarchy can kiss my motherfucking ass. And if Black women and Black LGBT folk are in this thing together, then the only way to strengthen the bond and the allyship that both parties need from each other is through loving, passionate, and honest confrontation, because if these issues don't get cleared up on the front end, they will catch us on the back end where it's the most inconvenient. So we need to always be in the spirit of talking about the elephant in the room, having the hard conversation. As Black people, we definitely need to normalize having the difficult conversations, having the hard conversations, and really exercising a lot of this toxic generational shit of suffering in silence, of superficially protecting each other. We already see how injurious that behavior is when it comes to the Black men's community, who will even protect the worst of Black men out of some superficial loyalty to the sex, to the gender. And that behavior only reinforces the fucking sunken place. So that's why I always call for good Black men. If you're good Black men, the first marker that you are a good Black man should be always clearing injurious and toxic Black men. Always in confrontation with your injurious Black male peers. Those are the fruits of the so-called good guys, is fighting the bad guys. So we need confrontation. We need conversation. And yeah, that change starts with all of us. But I got to get out of here.
Let me say this.
Yes.
I'm about to call a name. Rainy, please get it together. Please get it together. Please get it together. That's all I'm
Rainy, so what if he wants to become a woman? Didn't you transition? So if he wanted to become a woman, if he wanted to transition, if he wanted to be a trans woman, he has that option. He damn sure has the money to. It's clear that Saucy Santana enjoys being a flamboyant, annoying ass gay male.
Let me say this thing is that, Rainy, I'm gonna be honest with you. My frustration with you is that yes, you may be trans, but however, you do repeat a lot of crazy rhetoric, but at the same time, that same exact rhetoric is also used against you and oppression against you. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me, but that's all I have to say for right now.
Big Rainy, you also made some comments about Black women having raptor claws when it comes to long nails, and they don't look like their natural selves. I don't know if you saw my comment, but you need to take a look through your own history books. Our ancestors always had a creative aesthetics, body art, tattooing, weaving, always referencing to some cosmology or like, that's like, have you seen your ancestors? Have you seen the facial paint? Have you seen the body modifications? This shit is not anything new. Like, the modern Black women of today are only emulating something that is ancient and vibrating within their own cellular memory from their ancestors. Nothing that weird. There's nothing new under the sun. Nothing new under the sun. Even the Black women that you're speaking about, so-called being natural. I mean, I'm sure you also don't want them dancing around bonfires titty-free in this country either. If we're talking about natural, but I don't even know what all of that even means. Like, because it's not even about the weaves or the nails or about anything. It's just making sure that whatever you do and however you want to express yourself, it's just about being whole. It's not about the external shit at all. You can have raptor claws and have 60-inch weaves and have a face full of fucking makeup and have a true sense of self still. These are like, those are not even the real, that's not even the real focal point. The real focal point is within the condition of the actual soul and the psyche. Y'all make it about the surface layer of shit. Y'all make it about the actual weave. Y'all make it about the actual makeup. Y'all make it about the actual press-on nails. That is not even scratching the surface of where we need to be going to actually heal it all up. Because even when our folk were healed and our ancestors were complete and were without colonization, they were in raptor claws and weaves and in their creative bag. But you just got to take the conversation deeper than that. None of that shit has anything to do with anything.
Mm-hmm.
And if people's aesthetics did not matter, why do you even want to assimilate to what you consider to be masculinity? So just like you have afforded yourself the creative right to assemble to masculinity for the sake of your own comfortability, afford Black women the same thing. If they want to put a 27 piece in their head, wrap the claws, women going to do what they need to do to have a comfortability and a sense of true self. It may not be your true self, but it's theirs. I got to get the fuck up out of here. Wow. Good night, everybody. Thank y'all for being here. I'll see y'all. It's Friday. I'll see y'all tonight. Please come back. Thumbs up this video. I love you all. Reckless, I'm about to call you. G-Rock, I'll call your ass too. Court goddamn adjourned. I'm out of this bitch. Peace.